that you are not running for president. You are running for president through us.
Now, whatever you say about the Labour Party's presidential candidate, PeterObi, one thing you can't deny or take away from him is the powerful passion and compelling zeal of his supporters. Such is their intensity and dedication that they seem to trump any of the inequities of the PeterObi movement and whatever advantages the other three front-runner parties might have. When asked about this, his supporters say that in the same way that George Floyd became a symbol of the Black Lives Matter movement and Mahsa Amini has become a symbol of the fight against the oppression of women in Iran, so has PeterObi become an ideological symbol of the fight for justice and equity in Nigeria, a fight that's being led by the youth who want to see a new generation of honest, committed leaders.
Who can you trust to fight for you? Vote PeterObi for president. Vote the Labour Party.
People to know is that all these things I've done it at a particular level, and the result were clear. I'm only asking for the opportunity to do it for the country. So 2023 election will not be about tribe. No. Don't vote for me because I'm from Southeast, I'm an Igbo man. It will not be about religion. The 2023 election should not be about my turn. It's nobody's turn. The country cannot continue to go the way it's going today. We must stop it. It is you that will stop it. The reason why we have all these problems is cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years. And this is the time to stop it. 2023 is the last time Nigerian diaspora will not vote. You cannot exclude your best brain from voters. It's impossible. If Angola can do it, Ghana can do it, South Africa can do it, they can do it, Nigeria must do it. It's structure of criminality, structure of corruption, structure that have kept Nigeria where it is today. That is the structure I want to dismantle.
All right. Thank you very much, my people. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Thank you very much for joining us. Yes, because we don't have enough time now, we are going to start straight away because the PeterObi have already started. Hold on, my people. Let me quickly put this on here so we can take it from here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please help us to share this broadcast. Let others know that we are right here. Let's do this together. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you. You're going to see this on the screen shortly. I'm doing this right now, right away. 1 minute. Okay. Yes, we have our principal here now. 1 minute. 1 minute, my people. Let me quickly put this on the screen. Please continue to share, and let's do this. 1 minute. It's not easy, especially when you're rushing like this. Okay, I guess we have it on the screen. Okay, good. Okay, let's listen from here.
Last year, allowing independent National Electoral Commission to register over 12 million new voters, with many more complaining they wish to register, but unable to do so due to a next deadline. What prompted this turnaround? We may ask. The reason for the biggest pool of absolute poor in the world, when there are 7 times our population, why the poverty rate in India is 16%. That of Nigeria is 63%. With 133 million people classified as multidimensionally poor. This is unacceptable and needs to change. What Nigeria needs is a great escape. As 2015 Nobel Prize winner in economics, Angus Deaton of Princeton University elucidated that what separates poor and rich nations is attributed to health and education. But what provides quality health and educational system for a society committed and focused leadership that can build and sustain public wealth, as I was told by Professor Donald Jacob of Kellogg School of Management. In many ways, this is the heart of my remarks today, which are deeply rooted in my upbringing, particularly my mother's counsel, that I live a life of positive impact and manage both personal and public resources most prudently for the sustainable, inclusive growth of development of the society. It is this principle that guided my stewardship as governor of Anambra State of Nigeria and led to our much commended performance with some prize awards to show for it. Some awards for outstanding accomplishments in key Millennium Development Goals, now Sustainable Development Goals. It is the same counsel and principle that is guiding and motivating me to offer to serve in a new Nigeria. The answer lies in leadership, institution, and demographics. The good news is that the demography is driving the change we're seeing in Africa. With election after election last year in Africa, in which establishment parties are being upon by new and small parties. It is this change that my vision of policy change and institutional development is rooted in a push for a broadened scope of social mobility and freedom for Nigeria, particularly for the youth and women. Like the former British Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan, said, at the start of the independence decade, a wind of change is blowing across Africa. Today, that new wind of change sees the ballot box as being instrumental to changing of bad leadership. Senator Yusuf Dat Ahmed, my running mate, and I are committed to new politics that start with ethics of servant leaders and anchored on marriage of clean hearts and skillful hands. We know that unless we change the politics by changing the political leadership, we are stuck in this terrible state of underdevelopment and misery. We will build patriotically our institutions, particularly the ones directly responsible for implementing government policies, to make them fit for purpose. It is not to be doubted at the global scene that Nigeria is blessed with some of the most entrepreneurial youths in the world, in science, in business, in art and entertainment. We believe that what remains is the changing of leadership class, from predictors to creators of value, from those whose wealth and power drive from the decision of the nation and its people to those who have demonstrated competence, character, capacity to invest in human development, create prosperity, and instill right values and ethical conduct deserving of servant leaders. Nigeria today is at a critical juncture, and the people led by the youth, brutalized by bad leadership, are awake and leading the movement to transform Nigerian politics and restart the engine of economic growth and social stability. We count ourselves honored to be trusted, especially by the youth, to lead this democratic revolution, and we are deeply pledged to do so with sincerity, accountability, and unquenchable love and desire for a better Nigeria. We are simply the symbol of Nigerian youth struggle to reverse this ugly trend that keep driving them into social anarchy, despair, and rejection of their country. We are determined to do everything that needs to be done to rescue and lead our country to prosperity, freedom, security, and peace. We will use merit to assemble competent Nigerians from all sections of Nigeria to form effective government of national unity. At the heart of my goal here today is to look at our Labour Party's key policy plans and how they will drive up the quality of life of average Nigerian, dramatically reduce poverty, and return Nigeria to a place of strategic relevance in a world that needs a thriving and well-governed Nigeria, stabilizing the continent of Africa, making it high value add for a planet impaired by environmental challenges, terrorism, and inequity. Also plan to speak on institutions and how the leadership we offer can facilitate the evolution of stronger institutions with the rule of law a key anchor to nation building in Nigeria. I have no doubt that the policy choice we favor and the strong institutions Labour Party will facilitate will move Nigeria from a country of rent seekers sharing oil receipts and consuming conspicuously to the one that produces based on vast factor endowments whose value chains can move us towards a high employment economy. We will turn our youth budget to a democratic dividend rather than today's harvest of time bomb of violence, insecurity from uneducated, unemployed, and marginalized youth. This forms the first and most important thrust of our government priorities, without which the rest will not be achieved. To secure Nigeria, end banditry and insurgents, and unite our dear nation to manage our diversity so that no one is left behind. The growing insecurity you see in Nigeria today is not because the enemy is formidable. It is not a lack of focused leadership, ineffective security government structure, and poor coordination from the center. All this needs to be addressed by first projecting strong leadership, signal that will allow both state and non-state actors to be mobilized around single vision. Then by pursuing a robust reform of the security governance structure, coordinating mechanism that assures all levels of government, federal, states, local, with three-level policing are aligned with strong collaboration with partners from both private and development groups to provide required services and deliver results for every Nigerian. Once this is done, it is important to have a single, clear, coherent, consistent development process. It is important for institutions to be able to provide strong leadership, coordination, capability, partner and engage collaboratively with all relevant stakeholders in an environment that mutually reinforces values. The second plank of our policy thrust is to shift emphasis from consumption to production by running a production-centered economy that is driven by agrarian revolution and export-oriented industrialization. With about 70 million hectares of arable land, we will pursue an agricultural revolution through proper segmentation of Nigerian to activate and harness factor endowment of different parts of the country for both rapid and mechanized agricultural development, and as a pillar for Nigerian other sectorial development and industrialization. We will incentivize and invest in an agro cluster and industrial cluster development across our geo-resource zones to take advantage of agglomeration and scale effects of particularly in the Northwest, Northeast, and North Central regions of Nigeria. We will dredge both River Niger and River Benue, build dams massively to support planting of economic trees across the country for local usage, poverty and elimination, export and revenue generation. The key task is to sequentially but decisively dismantle the inefficient and anti-market distortionary structures restraining Nigerian economy from creating a precondition for a dynamic pro-market economy. We will employ entrepreneurial governance to dismantle impediments to free trade and ease of doing business, and implementing radical economic policies that will drastically reduce our debt service, a major drain to government revenue as it is today. Our micro, small and medium scale enterprises will be robustly supported. Further borrowing must be strictly for productive purposes and not for consumption. While we aggressively pursue the activation of all opportunities in oil and gas value chain, we will target incentive schemes that will be professionally administered to diversify our non-oil export portfolio with proper consideration and management of climate change risk and opportunities. The third pillar of our government priorities is to restructure the polity through effective legal and institutional reforms to entrench rule of law, aggressively fight corruption, reduce the cost of governance, and establish honest and efficient civil service. Reducing costs of governance in Nigeria is an effective way of fighting institutional corruption. In addition to reducing the cost of governance and streamlining government operations for efficiency and effectiveness, we will ensure that reforms we pursue will not in any way affect the livelihood of our hardworking and efficient civil servants. Critical to fighting corruption, we will install a new budgeting system founded on the cardinal principle of public accountability, objective setting, and program implementation. This is against the extant budgetary principles of revenue mobilization, expenditure allocation, borrowing without emphasis on monitoring, evaluation, and feedback. We will enforce principles of performance, auditing, institutionalized monitoring and evaluation process of the entire public service delivery as the primary means of actualizing our vision of the new Nigeria. This reform will institutionalize our personal involvement of both the president and the vice president in setting budgetary objectives of MDAs, monitoring, evaluating the implementation process through Office of Regulatory Review in the Office of the President. Budget monitoring and evaluation capacity will be strengthened within the presidency. We will embark on effective micro and physical restructuring to quickly restore physical viability by discontinuing unaffordable subsidies which have left a black hole in government finances. Fiscal and monetary policy will be coordinated with each conventional tool transparently instead of distorting markets in favor of privileged few. For instance, an avoidance of doubt, we will collaborate with Central Bank of Nigeria for a transparent liberalization of our foreign exchange market and dismantling of OPEC multiple exchange rates. Regime which effectively subsidies few privileged persons. We will seek to boost the supply side rather than continue to concentrate exclusively on demand management of foreign exchange. When unaffordable subsidies are removed, some carefully calibrated transfers will be used to cushion adverse effect impact on economically weak. If the competitiveness of the sector is to be enhanced, then we will do so via enactment of transparent and specifically target fiscal and trade policies designed to stimulate investment and growth. Revenue shortfalls and leakages such as oil theft will be dealt with decisively by holding persons in position of authority fully accountable. The fourth plank of our governance priorities is to leapfrog into the fourth industrial revolution through application of scientific technological innovation to create digital economy. Building on the gains of agriculture-led manufacturing and export, we will pursue development of knowledge and skills to leverage on the emerging disruptive digital technologies, automation, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, blockchain technology, biotechnology, and data science, all of which are the heart of the fourth industrial revolution. The fifth plank of our government priorities is to build expansive infrastructure for efficient power supply, rail, road, and air transportation, and pipeline network through integrated public-private partnership and entrepreneurial public sector governance. Our solution to the perennial power problem in Nigeria is comprehensive and is well covered in our manifesto. We will ensure that we deal with the issue of transmission distribution. However, we will immediately complete the 2.3 billion Nigeria Siemens network improvement deal to achieve a stable 7,000 by the end of this year, 11,000 megawatts by 2024, and 25,000 megawatts by 2025. We will support local manufacturing capacities and power technologies and encourage and expand local R&D in universities, training centers, and workshops, through which many jobs will be created. Our sixth priority program is to enhance human capital development of our youth for productivity and global competitiveness through investment in education, in research, quality health, and entrepreneurial education. The World Bank Human Capital Development Index ranks Nigeria 168 over 173. To move Nigeria right to the top bracket of the index, we will pursue a Marshall Plan type program on education that incorporates compulsory technical and vocational skills, sports, entrepreneurship, programming, digital skills from primary to secondary school level, In line with this commitment to transform our educational sector, we will prioritize funding of this critical sector. Our tertiary institution will be remodeled to serve as hubs and centers of research, development, and commercialization of ideas for quick industrialization of Nigeria. Finally, our seventh priority is to conduct an Afrocentric diplomacy that protects the rights of Nigerian citizens abroad, advances the economic interests of Nigerians and Nigerian businesses in a changing world. In concluding, let me say that the problem with Nigeria is at once complex and simple. It rests on leadership. As our erudite Professor Chinua Achebe stated, the trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a failure of leadership. In Achebe's view, there's nothing basically wrong with Nigerian character. The Nigerian problem is the unwillingness or inability of its leaders to rise to the responsibility, to the challenge of leading in the front by example, which is the hallmark of true leadership. When people of competence, character, commitment, compassion take over the leadership and pursue their mission and tasks with seriousness required, a new Nigeria characterized by peace, unity, prosperity, inclusiveness will be achieved and sustained. That is what's driving Dati, Baba Ahmed, and I to join to offer to lead this desire and crusade of Nigerian, particularly the youth, for an inclusive and sustainable Nigeria that works for all. In line with my upbringing, especially my mother's counsel, my promise is that Nigerian resources will be most prudently used for Nigerians. And as Commander-in-Chief, I, Mr. PeterObi, sincerely pledge that our path with Nigeria will be diligently pursued to create a new Nigeria characterized by sustained and inclusive growth and development for all. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. Peter, I don't know if you want to sit for a moment while we take a few questions. We'll take them in threes, or you can stay there as you wish.
Yeah.
Look, the first question, we have, at the moment, the analytics are showing we have tens of thousands of people watching. So my apologies.
God bless all of you.
Come in. One question is from Baba Femi Adibola, who said, is asking the following question. Given the complexity of Nigeria's democracy and the Labour Party not projected to have the majority in the National Assembly, how would you work with legislators to ensure the radical reforms you are proposing come to light if you win the presidential election? So that's one question. Just hold that there. And I'm going to go right to the back of the room, right at the corner there, the gentleman right in the corner. Yes, so yes, you. Please go ahead, introduce yourself, and one question, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Ajiboye Tsumishi from Huddersfield University. So my question is simple. The activities of the IPOP in Nigeria is on alarming rate every day. And with all the policy, beautiful ideas that you've listed down, sir, without tackling security head on, they are impossible. So one of the allegations given to you is that you've not condemned the activities of the IPOB. So, and the tackling of security.
Can you sum up, please?
Plan. Tackling of security.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's.
Sorry, I'm a student. We are to line. Tackling of security. How will you tackle it, sir? Are you introducing?
Please.
Are you introducing state police, or are you threatening the federal government security apparatus? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have another question that has come in, which I want to ask from our virtual audience, and it's from Vivian Ahekwezu, who's asking the following. Vivian is asking, for many years, Nigeria has underinvested in healthcare. What are your plans for achieving universal health coverage, where access to healthcare is a right rather than a privilege, as well as ensuring sustained funding for epidemic preparedness and response? We did have a similar question for Mr. Tinubu in the last session that we did. So there are 3 questions there for you, Peter, and then I'll come through the audience here. Please just be patient.
First question is, how do you deal with the legislators, considering that Labour Party is probably not in control of the legislative arm of the government? Quite frankly, I've been through this as a governor. When I was elected and sworn in as the governor, I have 30 House members, not from my party. In fact, nobody from my party was involved. As long as you are pursuing what is right, everybody will go with you, because the legislator is insecure in his place. He knows that his people are without job, and that's what he wants. He wants development. What else is he elected to do? It becomes a problem when you are pursuing transactional policies, which will benefit you, or you're engaging in nepotism where you have to. But if you address it by strictly following the Constitution, which spells out that the system is characterized by simply that we have diversity and all is included, and you did the right things, you don't need to worry about that. The issue of IPOB, maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in this space. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. He said we have about 40% unemployment. We have about 60% youth unemployment. Young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what we have seen is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering. I will talk and discuss with all agitators. There's nothing wrong in that. People agitate even in my house, and I talk with them. So I'll deal with everybody. I'll show you of that. Don't worry about that. On the issue of health, yes, we have a problem with health. We have underinvested, and because our government have not prioritized our development agenda, everybody knows that the only measure of development that is recognized globally today is human Development Index. And this is hanged on 3 items: life expectancy, which is health. And we are low in that. Nigerian life expectancy today is about 50 something, as against global average of 72. So we're low. Same in education. So it's to prioritize that. I just gave somebody an example. In the past 5 years, from 2015 to 2021, Nigerian budget in health is under 2.5 trillion for 200 million people. It's unacceptable. This year, our budget for health is about 1.5 trillion. Our budget for education is about 2 trillion. Two of them combined, annual budget is about 3.5 trillion. When your 6-month budget for subsidy, which is a criminalized, listen, if 3.6 trillion, it's unacceptable. You have to put money in key development.
We are sorry. We are sorry. We lost everything right there. Let me quickly connect again from here, please. Join. Be patient with us. Be patient with us. We're going to put you back again right away. Thank you. Please just help us to share. God bless you all.
Don't know how to do, we learn from them. There's nothing wrong in learning if you don't know how to do it.
I'm going to take more questions. Now, there is someone who has such a strong arm. Their arm has been up for 15 minutes. Now, I'm not going to say that's criteria for taking question next time, but madam, you get the question. You have the strongest arm in the audience. Please introduce yourself. One question.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon and welcome, sir. My name is Priscilla Winkbo, and I'm an independent broadcaster here in London. And sir, you spoke about your point number 5, which is to generate electricity and power in Nigeria. And you spoke about transmission, distribution, and generation. But I think it's fair to say that our problems with power goes beyond those 3 areas. And the main problem that I see here is this. We have a population, or part of the economy, shall we say, those who supply spare parts, the engineers, those who work within that sector, whether it's those that are selling generators. And we know that that issue is perhaps the biggest issue when it comes to our power generation. So my question here is this. How do you plan, number 1, and I'm going to take a risk here, to deal with the big boys, and how do you also plan to address that economy that will then no longer exist because you have generated?
The 15th, 2018, and it's good to see you in London, sir. Thank you very much for your talk. I've now moved into private business. I'm a consultant, and I'm advising companies and funds, investors to look at Africa, to look at Nigeria, to consider investing there. And everyone agrees, I think, that FDI, foreign direct investment, is critical to the future of Nigeria. But at the moment, they're very cautious, and that's putting it diplomatically. When you become president, sir, could you tell me the sort of 3 things you would do in the first, let's say, 100 days, which would send the right signal to foreign investors to look again at Nigeria, not just look again at Nigeria, but to invest in Nigeria, because as you know, I'm one of Nigeria's strongest supporters, and I think this is a country which is worth investing in. Thank you.
Okay. And I will come back to this side. The gentleman just there, you sir, just there. No, behind, sorry. You're the lucky one. One question short, please, give your name.
Good evening. It's William Owomayi, the UK Young Ambassador to the Commonwealth and a member of Chatham House. You've caught Nigeria by storm in recent months with your campaign and your vision to unify Nigeria, mobilizing young people all across the country. You mentioned debt a few times in your speech. Currently, the government is repaying debt to the central bank at an interest rate of 19.5%, which is extremely high. How do you plan to support the next generation?
The government is paying?
Repaying the central bank debt by 19.5% interest rate. How do you plan to support the next generation by dealing with the debt repayment crisis? And also, how do you plan to deal with tackling financial transparency in Nigeria? The central bank hasn't released its balance sheet in about 3 years.
Thank you. There you go, Peter, 3 questions.
Let me start with my sister there. He talked about the big, what you're saying is about the big boys who are selling generators. Let me assure you what we've been campaigning on. Our campaign, you have heard them say we don't have structures. That is the structure we're trying to destroy. Structure of criminality. That is what I mentioned. Now Nigeria is being held captive. That structure is structure that impoverished Nigeria. We will dismantle it. It will not be there. I assure you of that. We're going to turn around the power sector. Nigeria generates about, today, 56,000 megawatts of electricity for 200 million people. And South Africa, the second biggest in terms of economy in the continent, 5 to 6,000, that's 5 to 6,000, sorry. South Africa, the second biggest economy, 60 million people, generates about 40 to 50,000. And South Africa, in the past 3 months, have declared emergency in power and said anybody can generate up to 100 megawatts without license. So somebody who is 60 million, generating about over 40,000, declared emergency. What do you think somebody with 2 million people generating 5 to 6,000 will do? War. I'm going to declare war on power, and I'll solve it. Anybody who stands on the way, so be it. Bringing back foreign investor is very simple, Paul. Foreign investor is like bee and honey. What you need is to create honey. The way bee will find the place is very simple. Foreign capital is scared of corruption. It's scared of bad policies. It's scared of where there's no rule of law. You need to put a regulatory environment that makes it conducive. You need to secure it. That is at the heart of what Dati and I are offering. We will build that intangible assets of securing the country, making sure that we govern through rule of law. We will fight corruption. That they have a record. That is the only National Assembly member who refused to buy property of government when it was offered to all National Assembly members. You can go and look at his record. If you have seen anywhere he has compromised or put himself in a transactional position. Running. I know how I approached him, and I told him, I and you owe it to save our people. That's why we came together, and we came back and said, we'll work as a team. We'll solve this problem. Go and check my record. I've governed the state for 8 years, and I've challenged everybody. Paul, you were there. I've been the only governor till today. The day I left office, I was not owing salary, pension, gratuity, or any contract to any supplier. And I left in 3 banks in Nigeria, which I say every day. Access Bank of Nigeria, Fidelity Bank of Nigeria, and Diamond Bank. I left over $150 million. I didn't say naira. And I have over 30 billion naira. And Anambra State, you can go and verify. I've never had a bottle. Anambra State have never bought me. There's no land allocated directly or indirectly by me, and I signed over several thousands of C of O. Anambra has never bought me a bottle of water since I left office. So you can go. We will fight and stop corruption. The first thing about stopping corruption is yourself. If you're not involved, your wife is not involved, your family is not involved, those around you are not involved, you reduce it by over 50%. And that's what I'm going to do. And I'm sure, Paul, you know that. We are committed. We can't disappoint these youths. We must build a new Nigeria. And we'll deal with that. Investors will come back. Those who left, even the young people who are today living, they'll come back. We want to bring them back. Nigerians are prepared to come back if they can find that they have a country to go back to. This green passport, people must be proud to use it. On issue of capital, where do you find money? My young brother, there's nothing wrong in borrowing. Borrowing is a legitimate way of every government I've studied in the world borrow. Even Britain, as we speak, owns over 70% of their GDP. Every government I know lives on borrowing. Even Norway, with 1.4 trillion sovereign wealth, is owing. The economies of the world, the 3rd biggest nation in the world is America. The debt of America today is almost 100% of their GDP. The second, China, is almost over 60% of their GDP. Japan owes over 230% of their GDP. But let me tell you the difference. Japan is owing over 230% of their GDP. They invested the money to save their economy. And in that, even with that, Japan is still the highest holder of US treasuries. So there's something they can fall back on. What has happened? So borrowing is not wrong. If I have time, I compare 2 countries that have borrowed with Nigeria and how well they've done. But what has happened is that when you borrow for consumption, you have a crisis. Nigeria borrowed for consumption. Nigeria in 2015 had a GDP per capita of $2,550. And they were owing about 15 trillion naira. Today, with central bank ways and means, we're owing over 75. So we have grown that debt by about 400%, but our per capita is 2,000. That means that the money we borrowed was thrown away. So that is what I'm going to reverse. We will restructure the debt as it is today. We will restructure it and put it a long time to be able to pay it. I'm a finance person, that is one. And then we will not say, like I said here, no more borrowing for consumption. We will see borrow, people will see it, it will be transparent, it will be for investment. And that's what we intend to do. Countries have been in this situation before. We're not in a situation where other countries haven't passed before. It's a question of showing leadership, and we will be able to solve it. Thank you.
I'm coming back. We are now almost around 60,000 people just watching us and sending in questions. So we're trying to be at least a bit inclusive. We have a question from Debo Ademoyo, who is asking, what are your policy ideas on climate change? Do you have a plan for ensuring sustainability in a new government? So that's one question. Then there was a joint question from Miss Etty and Zindi Anthony Levy, and they're asking, insecurity is a major problem. What are your plans in tackling this? What are your plans in terms of security sector reform in Nigeria? I'm going to take two more physical questions in the room. The lady right in the front here. So I'm not going to discriminate with the front rows. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Chi Chikwendo. I'm a practicing solicitor here, advocating, of course, for rule of law. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for the inspiring exposition on your vision for policy change and institutional reforms. It seems to me that it's clear from that if elected president, if and when elected president, your transformation vision to increase the production capabilities across the various sectors mentioned, including agriculture, extraction industries, human resources, will, to a large extent, hinge on the depth of your level of commitment with solidarity and ownership to implement the proposed policy changes and institutional reforms. However, there is no doubt in my mind that Your Excellency is well aware of the prevailing fundamental challenges to those reforms, including clientele patronage, political capture, and the institutionalized corruption that you mentioned. So the question is, how do you intend to navigate these challenges differently from the efforts of previous administrations, particularly with a view to modifying the behaviors of the key players in support of achieving those anticipated outcomes? And I was very warmed when you mentioned you're broadening the scope of youth inclusion and women based on gender issues. So further, how do you intend to quell the current ethnic tensions ravaging our communities and consequently stagnating economic growth and development, and to implement a pragmatic mechanism for dealing with those societal concerns for equal...
Okay, please. We need... The longer this takes, the less questions. Madam, please, yes. Now.
So the question there is, how do you intend to implement a pragmatic mechanism for dealing with those societal concerns for equal access to the services, inclusive participation, and integrating the various ethnic groups?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Peter, if you answer those questions, because that was more than one question.
Well, let me start with the issue of, you have, like you said, you have more than one question. I have about two questions. Let me start with the issue of ethnic tension. The ethnic tension you see today is based and as a result of injustice, unfairness, exclusion, marginalization. As soon as you start reversing that, they start going down. That is what I said to the young man about agitation. As long as you start doing the right things, as long as you start building an inclusive society where people's talent, hard work will match up their opportunity, you start seeing those things go down. There's tension, even in the Western world here. I lived here when the blacks feel excluded. But as the more the government opens up and tolerates and builds an inclusive, transparent, more broad-based, acceptable, they will come down. And we will show, I've said before, we will show compassion. We will show love. Because there's nothing, you're a leader. Don't go away when Bayelsa is under the water. Don't leave Jigawa to die. Don't say, oh, I cannot go to Southern Kaduna because there's a problem. We will show compassion. We will lead from the front. We're not going to walk away. And for me, Borno is part of Nigeria. I don't want to say people, oh, the region is insecure. Nigeria is insecure. Like I told the IDP people in Christmas, I spent my IDP with IDP people in Makurdi in Christmas. And in New Year was another IDP camp in Abuja. And I said to them, as long as Nigerians are in IDP, all of us are in IDP. I will not allow, and I know that you will not allow it, for any Nigerian to remain in IDP while we're sleeping in our mansions. Never. They must go back. On issue of challenges and dealing with them, the challenges you foresee, I've dealt with such challenges at the Anambra level. And I'll show you the same challenges. We're not going to, as long as you're not involved in this transnational governance, you can deal with anybody. And we're not going to compromise. We have an issue, I said, we're at an existential threat that we don't need to. There's nobody, there's no sacred cow. You either be a Nigerian or you can find another country. We have a country with the rule of law. It will be the same level playing field for everybody. I want to solve the problem. For example, I said it without equivocation. I must pull out the poverty that is devastating the North. The vast land in the North is far more in terms of assets and source of revenue generation and exports for Nigeria than the oil. It's very simple. And I give you an example of one state that I use every day. Niger State is 76,000 square kilometers. Precisely 76.3 thousand square kilometers of land. 7 local governments in that state is under control of bandits. I've tried to interview them because they have no job. They have nothing and everything. Niger State is 2.5 times the size of Netherlands. And Netherlands agricultural export last year was $120 billion. Why can't Niger State do 5% of that? They have arable land. And all they get from the revenue, from the sharing, which is the consumption, is less than 50 billion naira. When they have minus their debts and everything. If they earn 6% of 5% of that is $6 billion. At 650 is about 4 trillion, 80 times what they get from here. We will change it. Somebody talked about tackling insecurity. I've said it extensively. It is our first commitment to secure Nigeria. Securing Nigeria is not impossible. I secured Anambra State has gone. And it won't be different. I've said we will deal and talk with those we will win, we'll talk with those who are winnable. It will be carrot and stick. And those who don't, we will deal with them. We're not going to shy away. Nigeria must be secured. It's a country. Every country must be secured. But we're not going to walk away from the problem. We'll deal with it. We have our armies and military used to secure Africa. So this is time to go back and resonate that spirit in which they used to secure Africa to secure Nigeria. And we will deal with it. On climate change, I've always said we'll follow the protocol. And I did mention here about issue of things like planting trees, issues of dredging. These are some of the climate change issues because as you see today, we have a situation where our flooding in Nigeria because we've not dredged River Niger, River Benue and everything. And I said it consistently. This is not difficult. We've awarded contracts for it in the past. Today, every Egyptian will tell you, no Nile, no Egypt. They have used it to improve the water transportation, which dredging this one will do. And that's a long fighting climate change. They've used it for other means, which we will use the same River Niger and River Benue to do. River Niger and River Benue combined is, River Niger is 4,200 kilometers long. River Nile is 1,400. River Benue is 1,400 long. So two of them are 5,600. Nile is 6,650. If Egypt, an African country, can dredge, maintain River Nile. Nigeria is big enough to deal with this, and we'll deal with it. And I assure you, you see the difference, it will be clear. Other protocols of climate change will follow it. Where we find difficult, we'll negotiate and talk with other involved in that. We are signatory to it, and it's devastating the world today. So we must follow the protocol.
Thank you. The clock is ticking. We're on borrowed time now, but we are going over, as I said. There's right at the front here, there's a gentleman there. I'm going to take 3 questions, and then I think the clock is going to have had its say. Short and sharp, please.
I'll
go
keep
ahead.
it short. Hi, good afternoon. My name's Alexis Akwajiram. I'm the managing editor of Semaphore Africa. My question is, if you become the next president, would you seek to keep the current central bank governor or replace him? And please explain your answer.
So, the gentleman in the middle there. Yeah. Please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your remarks. My name is Chibuikem Ugongadi. I'm a master's student at King's College London, and it's funny, actually, my question is related to him. Given the debacle at the central bank currently and their conduct over the past 8 years, what is your view on central bank independence as a tool to improve economic growth? And how will you what will you do about the leadership at the central bank when you become president in order to make sure that their principles are in line with yours on monetary policy?
Thank you very much. The lady over there. Yes, madam, you. Yes, but sharp, please. There's a microphone just here. It's next to you, just there, please. Aha.
Okay, Your Excellency, good afternoon. So my question here is this: you talked about restructuring. As you're aware, Nigeria can barely service its external debt. Nigeria can barely service its external debt. Our current external debt, we cannot service it, or we're finding it difficult to service it. Now, when you become president, how do you intend to restructure our external debt without actually downgrading our rating in the market? Thank you.
Thank you. And your name, just so
My
we have
name
it?
is Ifeyinwa Umunakwe.
Okay, thank you. And then if we move the microphone to the lady just there, last question. Yes.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again, Mr. Obi. My name is Kenneth Chukwuabo. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Cambridge. I study public-private partnerships in education. I read your manifesto, and it seems PPPs are taking a central stage in education sector. So I wanted to ask, what is your rationale for involving private actors in public education, and what governance structures would you put in place to ensure the accountability of these actors in a sensitive sector such as education? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My apologies. We've run out of time now. I'm watching the clock.
Okay. Alex, I hope you will allow me that somebody here that is so keen, when I was coming in, he had a question that is so interested and is like, so I told him, if I have opportunity, I will request and answer it publicly. Okay. Let me again go, people are talking about the central bank governor. The problem, first, let me assure you, central bank will maintain its independence. It will be respected. And again, it is not the problem of the person there. Central bank have a role of monetary policy, if I'm right. Then you have this physical space. It's like a street football. When the person who is supposed to be in the physical space is no longer, it's like you go to a football match and somebody who is supposed to play in a particular wing is no longer there. You find people playing various wings. The weakness of the physical space allows the monetary space to take over, and in supporting, because there's a weak governance structure, that is why we're able to do what we're doing. when with what is happening today is happening. So if you replacing Godwin and putting somebody with that level of physical rascality, which is what is fueling our inflation and even our rate of exchange today, these are some of the things you need to cut. As long as the government continues on that fiscal rascality, that situation will occur. That's what you need to fix. I won't say what will happen. Instead, it's actually coming to an end. So it won't be too long. So that's that. I assure you that we'll deal with that. You asked about PPP in education. I said you're in Cambridge. Is Cambridge run by British government? No, I just want to know, because I don't know. When we're talking about PPP in education, we're talking about tertiary education. We're not talking about basic education. We will ensure that basic education is free, and we will drive it aggressive, because we have 20 million out of school children in the north, which I've said we will deal with decisively, because those children mostly have learned Quran, which means they're intelligent. We'll meet them at the point of learning Quran and teach them skill. For the tertiary education, we must find a way to fund it in a collaborative way, public partnership, in order to be able to ensure that 4 years will be 4 years, not what is happening today. That's what we mean by that. And it will be, you'll see, it's a win-win situation. That's it. No, not the basic. It won't be the basic. Then, issue of barely servicing our debts. We're not, I've said it before, we're not the only country that have gone through this. Once we move from consumption to production, what we're going to do first is that what you see today, we're inability to service our debts, is because of fiscal rascality. You're paying unsustainable subsidy, which will be stopped from day one, because it's criminal thing. You're no longer generating money because they're stealing oil. And the only people who can steal oil are people in government, because ordinary people cannot steal oil. You can't put it in your pocket. It's something that you come with sheep. So all those, and you stop corruption, the waste, everything. And you go to seek to ensure that the revenues of government are properly collected. These are things, when you have tightened all the leakages and wastes, you'll be able to increase your position, and you negotiate and be able to service them. Look at it, just to give you an example. Nigeria is today the only OPEC nation, apart from Venezuela, because of sanction, that is not meeting up its quota. Because over the years of oil theft, the multinationals and everything have not been investing, coupled with the theft and everything. You're not realizing what you're supposed to. Every other nation that is in the same condition was able to bring down their rates and inflation within this period of Ukraine war. I'm not saying it's good to wait for war to be able to get more revenue, but people are taking advantage of it, because it's there. And you can't run away from it. But we couldn't take that advantage. Our situation got worse because of poor management of our own physical space, which will change without an eye. And finally, like I said, somebody kept telling me that issue that people have been saying that if I become president, that there's issue of being, how do I say, what word do they use? Stingy. Pat knew the question of stingy. How are you going to manage? Because they said you'll be stingy and everything. And let me say it publicly that people don't know what it is all about. At the heart of poverty is capital formation. And you can't go about capital formation without savings. Even in the most developed world, which is why I said that Japan holds highest amount of US treasury. If you listen or you go and read about what Professor Ragnar Nask done in the 50s, he showed it clearly. Capital formation is the heart of poverty. Without capital formation, you have low productivity, low income, and you produce poverty all over the place. What I was doing as governor, I was the best governor in Millennium Development Goals by the UNDP. You can go and check that. It's there. I won a prize for the best road network. I won the game prize back to back on health. You can go and see what I did in health. Build scratch, teaching hospitals and everything. Improved #1 in education. And above all, I was able to save because I believe in future generation. If you look at that savings, I said future generation funding because we want to have proper capital formation to drive tomorrow. If I have opportunity in Nigeria, no matter what we do, we'll do the same thing. We must save for tomorrow because that's how you form capital to turn around tomorrow. So as the end, I appeal to all of you. There's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time have come. Victor Hugo. The time today is to have competent leadership with character, commitment, and compassion. And that's what Nigeria is yearning for. That's what Dati and I are offering you. Let's have opportunity to build a better Nigeria. Thank you. Thank you.
A couple of announcements. First of all, INEC chair speaking here tomorrow, same time, 1 o'clock. You're welcome. It's also going to be live streamed. NNPP presidential candidate Wednesday, same time. And finally, again, just to thank PeterObi for coming to Chatham House. And good luck in your campaign. And please, if you can just remain seated or on the side while PeterObi leaves. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon. Okay. We've got lots of press waiting for you.
All right. My people, wonderful. Trust me. In fact, I'm grateful to God that I'm supporting the right person. PeterObi or never. PeterObi or nothing. Una the same principal. I don't know whether leftists wash am because the way they look and so. Do you see our principal the way they answer questions?
Brother, if you look me where I say tears almost in my eyes.
Hey God.
I am proud to say I'm in Nigeria with PeterObi. As he's speaking, I don't write that one for my Facebook. Today, I am proud to be called a Nigerian because of what just PeterObi just did. See the way he represented Nigerians in Chatham House.
See the confidence. See the confidence.
Can you compare this?
That's what they do. That's what they do. Jesus.
See, there was nobody passing note to him, reminding him of what to say.
Yes.
He did not delegate anybody because on that day, it is PeterObi, Labour Party. He is the president. The vice is behind him. He did not delegate anybody because the responsibility of being a president is you have to be an entrepreneur. It is you. You manage all the risk. You manage all the risk. Yeah, they want to hear from you. You manage all the risk. It's like you're giving somebody a job, and the person is coming to come and give report of the job he has done. He go to call his workers. Make the
Hey,
talk.
at the end of the day, he disgracefully said teamship. What's that?
Yes.
What
He
are you
say, hey,
talking?
you, Organa, you plaster that place. Can't tell people how you take plaster.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm
And,
proud. Listen,
here,
Nigerian, let's talk.
oh,
Let's talk. We cannot miss this opportunity. Trust me, I want my name to be mentioned when PeterObi name is mentioned. I'm saying it. I will not regret anything supporting this man. I will never regret anything supporting this man. And I cannot wait for God to answer the cry of the innocent people, the cry of the people that is passing through pain in Nigeria, for PeterObi to be named as the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Because if we miss this opportunity, including you that is against this man, you that is watching me right now, you are against this man because you want your principal to become the next president. If PeterObi win, you yourself will smile. I'm telling you, all the hatred you have for him, you will look back, you will look right, you say, thank God say this man win, that's why I not support him. I'm telling, in fact, I'm putting everything to this. We will never regret PeterObi. The guy, the humility in that man is too much. We were playing his video 11 years ago yesterday on this platform. The same PeterObi of yesterday is the same PeterObi of today. It will be the same PeterObi of tomorrow. Nothing go change him. See the way I was so happy behind the camera when my principal they talk. Say, God, please let this man happen to us. Let this man be the next president. I went for a quick shopping this morning. I met with a Sierra Leone guy. The guy was, I thought he was a Nigerian. He was actually the one that approached me. And I said, hello, where are you from? He said, I'm from Sierra Leone. I said, oh, I'm from Nigeria. And he said, yes, we are following the election in Nigeria, the presidential election in Nigeria. I said, oh, is it? I said, what's your take? You know what it is? If I lie, this Sierra Leone guy, this morning, he told me, said, the man that the current president want to give power to is sick and is shaking. And every Sierra Leonean don't want him to be the president of Nigeria. I said, which man? Because I wanted to be sure. Because some say, even article said they sick. You know, he can't say, Tinubu. And I say, yes. And I say, yes. He said, no. This guy went as far saying that Nigeria is the giant of Africa. We, the Sierra Leonean, we want Nigeria to come back to their feet again. And I said, oh, wow. Not be Nigerian man, they talk to me so. Just like 2 hours ago here. The whole world is watching. The world is watching. They are watching because we have suffered so much, my people. Make we talk about it be now. We don't too suffer. We need the change now. We are not doing it because we have anything to gain. All I want to gain is a better country, a country that has security, a country that I can be proud of, a country I can travel to any time, any day. We want Nigeria back, a proper Nigeria, not be the way it be so. I'm so grateful. We all were waiting for this on the 16th of January. Since December, I don't wait. Since Emilio come, Turkey, you've disgraced themselves for that. I say, I can't wait. My people, thank you very much for your time with us. We are going to hear from Nigerians right now. We are going to start talking about this straight away. Trust me, I am so, so happy. I don't know why. He looks like PeterObi just win the election today. I'm telling you, leftists, I don't know what you are feeling. It looks like, say, PeterObi don't win the election today.
The way I dey feel, be say super chat don't come in. I'm so happy.
This guy.
I will look be Ferdinand.
You are
God go bless you.
I will agree, Ferdinand. Thank you so much. We got another one earlier on. I don't know if you.
Yes, Yes, that is life. Life
Yes,
with
live with
Natu.
Natu. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Yes.
Yes,
Why Peter Obi was talking, I took my time to make sure I acknowledge Natu alongside with Peter Obi. But nevertheless, I'm still going to acknowledge you because you just did the first super
God.
chat today, and it was just wonderful. Thank you. Life with Natu. You seems to look like a she, but you are a man. Thank you very much for this. You are a man.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Life with
God
NATO.
bless you.
This is not your first time supporting us financially. We want to say we are so grateful. Thanks for your encouragement. Thanks to every one of you that have shared this video today. I can see we have 49 shares. Thank you so much. God bless you all. And for those of you that have liked, please, I want to say we are grateful. Thank you so much, my people. Please continue to share and like. Let's talk about this. Edola Watch, thanks very much for your super chat. May God bless you. We appreciate you. And Mr. Joseph Oji, thank you so much, sir, for the super chat. May God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate every one of you. Let's talk about this. In fact, we want you to start to the talk. Now you talk and boza. Skystream America. Be like said, no, left. Be like said, no, let us talk today. Oh.
May they not just let us talk.
No. The way till they go.
The
Skystream.com. Peter Obi for a better Nigeria.
The
See,
day Chatham House.
I don't see him. Bless say this talk. They don't want to make we talk. They don't want to make we talk today. I don't see him. You know, thank you very much, Jaja. Thank you, Skystream America. May God bless every one of you that have super chatted us today. Say, I don't lie was now so it matter the bill. Now so it matter the bill. Not go let us talk for yet.
Which matter I get? He's talking. It's at Chatham House.
He asabasa. It's asabosa. I thought I said they're not gonna let us talk today. Wait till we want to talk put now. Peter Obi matter we want to talk now. They say pause first. Enjoy your hard work. That's what they are doing now. See, thank you very much. Asa Boza, may God bless every one of you. We appreciate you. Thank you. See, Jaja. You see Jaja. Lefties, you see what Jaja they do now.
No, me keep quiet because you know what? They are helping us to take recess. They are talking.
God. My people want to know so we want to talk. Super chat family committee. They don't want to make we talk. See them. Doctor. See, I first tell you say, don't like watch character. I they tell you the other day, you don't believe me now. See now, they say person character now public they see now. No see, not wait till they do us now. No see, we see Jaja don't come again. See Peter Oko. see them. Peter Oko. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, Margarita in the building. No talk today. I don't see him. I don't see Mr. Passat. Bila say Mr. Passat don't unlock the pause. Oh, Mr. Passat, don't worry. When my principal win, I go dance for una that day. I go pour champagne for my head.
Wait, I want to ask you. Wait, Elvis. No,
yes.
I want to just ask you one question. You sure say now Peter Obi's speech they make you the do like Papa Ajasko Abin at the super chat?
Everything they make me they do. I mean they tell you say me. You don't know as I they dance since for back of camera. I be no yet. I said the way. See, I'm waiting that pastor talk. He said, any principal you are supporting, pray that your son or your children become like that principal. I be not be saying talk am.
Wait till you want make me wait. Make I just
me want say amen. Me want say amen. Because Peter Obi dey support.
Mommy
if
diaspora.
You know say they support a local, say amen. Whether fear go let you talk am.
Wait, mommy diaspora. They write. Thank you. How you want to thank them for one paper?
No, mommy diaspora not fit thank people for this one. God bless you.
When
mommy diaspora go do this time. No, man, I tell you the way mommy diaspora thank everybody. He go say thank you all.
They don't confuse everybody.
Yes, because see now it really they fall now. See them. Then you go say thank you all. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. This togetherness, the spirit of togetherness. This is not like Nigeria was now they do this thing. Now all of us. I felt they tell you now. If me and lefties come here, we talk to ourselves. We tire. We go enter house if we are not there here. Now all of us fight this fight. We only happen to have a platform where everybody gather. But if you say me check and not togetherness, now he make all of us day in, and I cannot wait. May they announce the name of my principal, Mr. PeterObi Gregory, the president of Nigeria. If I get name where the Madarita give him, you still remember the name where the Madarita give him?
Peter the Rock.
No, you know, he get Benin name where Madarita give him. Madarita, if you dey watch us, I beg. We Benin name where he give PeterObi. Quick write time for us, I beg. That's what don't forget. See more super chat is coming. Thank you very much, Michael Osadolo. Thank you so much for the super chat. May God bless you. I can see Adola Wash came back again. Thank you so much, Jaja. May God bless you. Adola Wash again. Thank you so much, Jaja. Thank you so much, Adola Wash. Thank you. Skystream, thank you so much. Mr. Pansat, thank you very much, sir. I can see Madarita, thank you so much. Jaja again, thank you. Mr. Peter Okonkwo, thank you so much. Adola Wash again. Jaja again. Asabosa, thank you, my people. And Jaja again, competition. Skystream, thank you so much, my people. Adola Wash again, thank you, Mr. Joseph Oji. We are grateful, thank you. I want to be Ferdinand. Thank you so much for the encouragement. May God bless every one of you. Thank you, my people. Then the first super chatter of today is Life with Natu. Life with Natu. Thank you so much. May God bless every one of you. Thank you so much. Yes, Osarieme PeterObi, aka Okuta. Hey, God. You see, I'm not sure say lefties. You see that name?
I don't leave everything for you.
See, Mr. Osarieme PeterObi, aka Okuta the Rock.
Akwete.
Hey, he plenty. I can't wait for us to celebrate this. Tell me, if you be human being and you have blood running through your vein, how will you ever celebrate if you have people like Emilio Con and Atiku say they win? God forbid. How? The situation where everybody they pass through for Nigeria, so you know they see them. Abi no know say your principal or your principals are part of this government where they rule. Directly or indirectly, no. I bet leftists more start to the talk. See, they don't give us time more talk. Might leave broadcast for you before we start to the call our people.
Well, I go so make I first thank everybody. Later, I go call una name one by one as una take do this work today because una hold us for some minutes. Mo could not just talk after PeterObi talk finish, and I really happy say the happiness will be people body today. People they drink wine. Those who they drink water, they drink water. Those who not just they drink at all, they swallow spit. God go bless una so far. You see, this is what we are talking about, and this is a new Nigeria coming. The final word he said is he used Victor Hugo. Say there's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. That was PeterObi's final word. He knows this is the time, and the time has come, and nobody can stop the idea. Look at him. He just spoke on an international medium and platform. How did we see it? For those of una where they support Tinubu, how market, presidency, now team, that be presidency, I be now the person name, that be presidency. PeterObi has just proven all of you that does not really believe in the truth and the right thing. You bend law to suit you. Presidency. If you call the president of America today, you will not say the team. If you call the president of any country today, you will not say the team. You call a name, and the name should represent the country. And that is what PeterObi has just done. So running because you have no capacity, you have no character, distributing questions to people who ought not to be seen at all, people who were supposed to be at the background. Did you see Dati answering any question? Is assisting is just a vice. So meaning I'm assisting you when you are not available. And before you can replace me, you must take order. I must tell you, hey, go and replace me. You don't come and say because I am the vice. No, respect bureaucracy. This is what you just see. You see what we are talking about. Now, PeterObi made a very, very strong statement. What is that statement? Say, transitional government. If you are not involved in a traditional government, then there is no way you cannot deal with anybody. And what is transitional government? If you are not stealing, you are not doing the same deal with them. You are not following them to share money, transactional money, business. There's no way you cannot deal with them because you are not doing it. If you want to deal with them, you are not part of them. You would deal with them straight. But when you are part of them, you have oil staining your finger. Nothing will work because you are part of them. You don't want yourself to be exposed. This is the problem, the major problem. And then he went as far to use one word there. What word did he use? Physical. Okay, I'll remember when I continue. When somebody was asking poverty, he used not Niger State as a case study, comparing Niger State to Netherlands. Nigeria have no business in getting hungry. Nigeria can be self-sufficient. We have the land, arable lands, apart from the north. Almost all part of Nigeria, I quote, minus the north, almost all part of Nigeria is arable. The delta that don't have much land for farming, that have most water, they still farm. All land in Nigeria, you don't need to use chemical. But has the government be able to convert these natural resources to our gain? No. They just believe in collecting that money. He made the statement. All the money borrowed, where did it go to? The words where? All the borrowed money. Where did you see example of the infrastructure, the returns of it's not a crime to borrow. Everybody borrow. But when you borrow, you use it for infrastructural or a business that will bring returns. All the money, 77 trillion naira, we are servicing. How are we getting it back? What is the return? Is a pity. Then somebody asked basic education. That one triggered me because the girl that asked that question is a very clever girl who is doing her PhD. You see the way he answered him. My people, he said, you are in Cambridge College. Is Cambridge College run by the London government? The girl could not, I think he's shocked. Yes. She could not answer because PeterObi Manifesto is just one of the best. You are talking of him introducing PPP, that is private property business, private sectors, PPP. I said this yesterday. It is the PPP that run the economy, not the government. Government is to manage, making an atmosphere for the private sector to drive. The Western world, you can see people having businesses and making employment. It's not the government that employ. These are private sectors. Whatever you do, you must employ people to work with you. And as such, you are removing poverty. And if the environment is not conducive enough, no security, no good policy, would PPP drive? When the our barber, do they still employ? The technician, the welder, they are supposed to employ people. They pay them accordingly. Even hairdressers, they are supposed to employ many people because as the job is coming, they pay them. Can they employ? Can they pay? That's when the PPP driving. Yes, when somebody now asks of Nigeria, whatever. No, he made an example with Venezuela. That apart from Venezuela, that and Nigeria that are not meeting their OPEC, every other countries among OPEC, they are meeting their quotas. And what is leading to Nigerians not meeting up their quotas is as a result of what? Corruption. Government corruption. Transitional government. It is the government that is stealing, that's making us dry. Look, guys, it's time for us to actually wake up. If you think the government, that person you are representing is the owner of you, you are making a mistake. He's a messenger. He's supposed to report to you. And this is what PeterObi is just saying. PeterObi is the best man for the job. You cannot take it away. You cannot just take it away. It's a poor management of physical space. Yes. When they say, how do you deal with the people with generator and all, say, poor management of physical space. By the time you deal with the man, if you have enriched the good management of physical space, Dealing with corruption, you are not every other thing. He said, don't worry, leave that. Everything will come to place. Even if you put an angel in a position, if the physical space is not well cleared, the angel will not perform. There's no rocket science, no miracle. He cannot perform because the people working with him, they are corrupt. They will put you into trouble. So that's what PeterObi just said. And he went as far as say capital formation is what leads to poverty. And he's going to deal with capital formation. And he went as far to tell us how he's going to deal with capital formation. See, today I learned a lot of things listening to this man, PeterObi. I think PeterObi has shown us the way out of the way to rescue Nigeria. Capital formation, that's where you have low income. That's where poverty comes in. He has identified, he has been able to identify all key areas, and he was able to answer all questions correctly without panic. He's talking as if he's, my God. I have to stop. Machiavelli, please talk to us. I have to.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, my brother Leftis. Good afternoon to everyone. I don't think my brother Elvis is still there. I think he's gone. Thank you so much for having this. And thank you to those on the panel and to my fellow brothers and sisters who are in the comment section. Thank you for being there and for joining to this at this time to actually see what is happening in our society and how PeterObi has told us what you need to do. And thank you to those concerned citizens that are around the globe who are concerned about the well-being of the society of Nigeria today. I think we are heading to a better road. The first thing that struck my mind from PeterObi, though I entered late, but I was able to get what he was saying. Proper capital formation, drive for a better tomorrow. Tears run down my eyes. Do you know why? If you look at what PeterObi is saying, I've outlined it here, that our foundation is wrong. And there you can see, if you don't have a capital formation, you will never have a better tomorrow. It means that everything we have rolled out as Nigerian, as a society today, to better our nation, were in the hands of the oligarchs. They were investing it in themselves and sharing it with their cronies. And that is why he came out with the slogan, I will take Nigeria from consumption to production. Oh, Nigeria, the giant of Africa. How did we get here? You see, you remember some time ago, I was telling you that the insecurity in our country, how did we get here? PeterObi said it in the Chatham House just now, that if we can secure other countries, did I not tell you, during when Nigerians were the best ECOMOG fighters in the whole of West Africa? We went to Syria alone and we secured it. We went to Liberia and we secured it. We gave now the then Gambia, Yahya Jammeh, we made him who he is in Gambia today. Nigerian soldiers were always the best, but it was not a problem. How can we not secure our country with just this insecurity? From Boko Haram to insurgency, from insurgency, we have bandits, from bandits, and we now have unknown government. They has now begun to multiply because of the bad governance we've put into our system. And yesterday, I was telling you that I'm so happy because I'm concerned with the 77 trillion deficit Nigeria owes. How are we going to tackle it? And I was so happy today when he explained that the first thing to deal with this thing is the rule of law. So he has vindicated me again. If you don't have a rule of law, these people will continue to thrive in the society because it is a give and take situation. The first thing to stabilize in a country is to have the rule of law. everybody must be subject under the law. If it holds you, it should not become your brother, neither your father nor your sister, not even your relative or your friends. If you are caught with armed robbery, you should be tried, even if your father is the president of the country. You should be. We should try to emulate the movie. Most of you will still remember that movie. The first movie that was acted by Ramsey Noah, The Silent Night. How he was an armed robber. His father was a judge. But when it comes to decision, when he was caught, the mother tried to persuade the father to have mercy, to have clemency for the son. But on the day of the judgment, he closed his eyes and sentenced him to death. That's his son. And when they asked him, why did you do that in the movie? He said, let me tell you, the law is blind. That is what it is. Nigeria will have a stable society where the rule of law will be subject on everybody, above everybody in the country. That is why I was so pleased today when he said that. He spoke about a lot of things. He spoke about how we generate electricity. And one thing that struck me, they asked him, how are you going to deal with the big boys who sell generator? Because they are the problem of why you don't have electricity today. Because they have to make that thing not work so that they can also, that their business can thrive. These were done by the oligarchs. This was not done by an ordinary Nigerian. This was done by them. So it was a purpose. He talked about our farm, agricultural sector, how Niger State has a vast land. Instead of us concentrating the oil to bring, to generate revenue, let us use the vast land, which is true, because we have always depended on the oil, which they are stealing, and we are not even meeting to the OPEC quotas. It really interests me that we are seeing a leader who is seeing different things that could bring something into what? The economy. I was so amazed seeing him speak. We are not talking about sentiment here. I don't know him. But his policies is what drives me to him. Because this is a Nigerian I have been fighting for. The rule of law. You cannot tell me you gave me democracy. This is an oligarchy. This is not democracy. And another thing that he struck me, they asked him about IPOB. He laughed because this is things that people used to mock you. Oh, you don't condemn this. Oh, you don't condemn that. You see the way he dealt with it, because you don't talk to people just because the way they rant. You always try to make them, you educate them with the basic tools you have. And that is what he gave to her. I am going to sit down and negotiate with these people. Very fair. Because they must have the say. This is why do you have to listen? Why is these people agitating? Because they have not had anything to do with the national cake. It's simple. You have the Yoruba nation today. You have the IPOB on the other side. Talk about it. Why are they agitating? Because the rule of law is subject to certain people, not just to weaken the other sector or to weaken the other people around the country, which by law or what the Nigerian constitution says, everybody should be subject under it. Why must certain people be higher than the others, but we call ourselves Nigerian? We must listen to them. And that is what he says. And I so much like it, because we cannot, in a democratic society, you cannot tackle violence with violence. It is only through negotiation, tolerance, and listening to one another. That is how we can deal with ourselves. He talks about the health. He said we must have to prioritize it. Yes, because if you look at the budget right now for health, it's below 2.5 billion. And we have over 200 and something million Nigerians. Are we joking? So it's a prioritizing. We must have to make it a priority. How do you do it? Invest into it. Make sure you train the doctors, nurses, and doctors. Give them the basic trainings. Encourage most of them. Allow people to invest in it so that it can attract more of the Nigerians. We've seen our doctors and nurses are jackpying into different countries of the world because these countries of the world sees their potentials. What is the Nigerian state doing about it? Nothing. So it's something that we have to think. And how are we going to deal with this repayment? He told you, it's very strict. When you have a proper capital formation, it will drive for a better tomorrow. That, for me, sealed everything all. A Nigerian that I will come out tomorrow and I'll be proud of it. He said it. When you bring out your green passport, everybody will respect you as a Nigerian. That is what I believe. Because all of you watching me, including me, we have different nationalities. But you remember, on your place of birth, it is written whatever local government. So I will always be a Nigerian first. And I will do everything to make sure I educate my people, my brothers and sisters, my uncles and aunties, daddies and mommies, what it takes to be a Nigerian and to be proud of it. Seeing this guy, he replicates in me as a Nigerian, and I'm proud to have him as a brother who believe that every Nigerian, that Nigeria has a place for him, regardless of where you come from, whether you are from the north, south, east, or west. Not based on sentiments and emotions. It's not because I'm an iPod, though I'm gonna defend it. He never used that. Everything he spoke about is about Nigeria. That is all we should be thinking. How to take our country from consumption, from the oligarchs, and taking it from there and giving it back to Nigeria for production. That is what I believe. And I know that the new Nigeria is just around the corner. Please, let us look at these things clearly. If you are still on the fence, my brothers and sisters, it is time to deliver that dividends of democracy. And that is what he has just outlined. It is very simple if you have the rule of law. And how do you deal with it is by effecting a government that is just, fairness for the people. Please let's vote PeterObi and Dati for president. Good afternoon, Nigerians, and may God bless you all.
Yes, that was a beautiful one by Machiavelli there. We are so happy. Everybody, every Nigerians today is proud to be a Nigerian. PeterObi has made us very proud. It's like he has won the World Cup. To me, I feel like we won the World Cup. It's like he's the best president in the world, judging from his outspokenness. Now, let's go back to previous elections. Previous election. You want to compare him to the one we have now? I don't know his name. Or you want to compare him to the one before him, even if that one was even better than the one we have now? Can you compare them to PeterObi? He's vast with figures. He knows. No wonder Tinubu see that one. I don't want to mention his name. That is giving numbers that even the EDRB cannot even. Now you have agreed that he's better than you when it comes to calculations. Meaning he's smarter than you. He knows. He can remember. Collins, talk to us.
Mr. Lefty.
Sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Nigeria, good afternoon. Honestly, I don't know what to say. I just feel like the election is tomorrow because let this election just come because we just can't wait. We just can't wait. We just need to have our president because we need to start work. When I mean we need to start work, we need to start work. Watching PeterObi speaking today have given me joy, have given me hope, have given me faith. That's one thing PeterObi said that really picks so much, that really matters to me. That closing remark means a lot to me, more than everything. That closing remark, PeterObi said everything with that closing remark.
That's
Nothing is more powerful. Nothing is
Victor,
more powerful
yes, the
than
Victor
idea.
Hugo, the
Yeah, that
Frenchman.
idea whose time has come. Give us an opportunity to have a better Nigeria. That is one, as in one of the best quotes that anybody can ask for. That is a hope. When I mean a hope to Nigeria, PeterObi is sending a hope to every Nigerian. Give us a chance for us to restore Nigeria back to his power, for us to restore Nigeria back to his honor. That is what PeterObi is asking every Nigerian. If you are still waiting, if you are still waiting, you are still undecided, if you are still waiting, hoping for somebody to come and wake you up, after listening to PeterObi today, your questions have been answered. That question, you'll be waiting for somebody to answer you that question. Your questions have been answered today. PeterObi have answered your question. So I don't know any research you want. I don't know whatever research you want to go and do. I don't know how you want to do it, what question you've been looking for. I think today PeterObi have answered your question. Another thing again, PeterObi said, once I become a president of Nigeria, you'll be proud. That green card, that green passport, you will be proud. You'll be proud to carry that green passport. People will respect you when they see that green passport. They will respect you. They will honor you because he's going to restore the honor. He is going to restore the honor because I believe in 80s that green card have value, in 60s that green card have values, in 70s that green card have values, even in 90s that green card have values. So what happened? So PeterObi is telling you, Nigerians, give me and that a chance for us to restore that hope which we all Nigeria have lost. That he's going to restore that hope. You know what it means? PeterObi is giving Nigeria hope, as in that hope alone can break many barriers. That hope alone can even resurrect people, even a lot of people that are even dead people can even wake up from their grave. I am telling you. So I don't know anything. There's so many things PeterObi said. Looking about the generator, people that is importing generator into Nigeria. He's telling you those are the structures that we want to destroy. You've been talking about structures. Those are those structures we want to destroy because they are the people who kept us where we are today. So when they talk about structure, we don't have structure. They are the structures that we want to destroy. He answered his question with point by point by point by point, giving you reason. Even you watch the audience there, people were very happy. Even they feel like, Mr. Man, can we continue this? Can we continue it like another 4 hours? Because if PeterObi want to continue that in time for another 4 hours, trust me, everybody in that room will say, we accept it. We are not going anywhere today. People are happy to stay there to listen to Peter. Even myself, I don't want that. I don't want it to end. Trust me. I kind of, when the man was talking about time, we are working on time. I said, please, Mr. Man, can you allow this thing keep going? Because I want to keep hearing from PeterObi. PeterObi was speaking as he's speaking with authority. When I mean authority, he's speaking with authority. That is how a president is supposed to be speaking, not making a joke out of Nigeria. When they ask you question, you now begin to make joke, using Nigeria as a joke thing. The country you are meant to govern, you are now making it as a joke. Is that somebody you want to vote? I was reading somebody on a Twitter space today said that he's tired of supporting Tinubu after listening to PeterObi because they told him to hate PeterObi. Now today they wake him up and ask him to go and listen to PeterObi speech today so that I can be able to pick up a point so that they can use it and counter PeterObi. How can you encourage him to go and listen to somebody you ask him to hate? You now want him again to go and listen to that person again. What are you smoking? People are now calling people are talking about Ronald Mokre say that they want Atiku, whatever money Atiku is owing Ronald, they want him to give him, as in pay him off because they are tired of hearing. They don't want to hear again. So today, PeterObi have restored hope to Nigeria. I am urging every Nigeria. If you want, I'm not saying it's not for you. We are voting for PeterObi. It's not because we want to vote for PeterObi. We are not thinking about now. We want to restore so that our children will be proud. All these sufferness we went through Nigeria, we don't want our children to went through it. We want them to have a better government, a better leadership, everything, education, infrastructures. We want them to have that. because that is every father's prayer to their own children. They want their children to even have more what they couldn't be able to achieve. They want their children to achieve more than them. We want our children to achieve what we couldn't be able to achieve in Nigeria. That is what we're asking you. We are not saying this election is for you alone. No, it's for your generation. Today, people in coming 50 years coming, Mr. Niger, what your children will be watching this YouTube because you can't wipe it off. They will see the contribution, the sacrifice that the father made. So do you know what it means? Those things, it should even generation will keep remembering what their father sacrificed, what their grandfather sacrificed. So if you're thinking that we come here just to make a mockery or anything, you are deceiving yourself. We are not doing this thing for now. We are doing it for something that even 50 years, our children will keep reaping our sacrifice, what our seed that we have sowed today. That is why we are coming here every day to talk about Nigeria. All I'm asking Nigeria, get your PVC. And I'm trusting every Nigeria. You have been doing well. Keep doing what you are doing. Don't allow all these side stories to distract you. Don't allow people like Festus Keyamo to come on and arrest TV and start spitting nonsense. When they ask him a simple question, you try to intimidate somebody that is interviewing you because she's a woman. You can do whatever you want. You think you can just come on national television because if the last time you have that encounter with Rufai hit back at you because you're not so a woman, you feel like I want it to restrict, I want it to apologize. Is that the kind of government you people want? We want a leader who will come and lead as a leader, who will accept even whenever he will be criticized, he will accept it and say, okay, in moving forward, how are we going to do this? That guy that you saw that asked that a question about IPOP, those are people that they sponsor. They sponsor those people. They sponsor them to come and, insert all those kind of questions. But PeterObi answer it. Even ask the boy, it's like you have not been following me. It's like you have not been following me. Yesterday, I did a press conference. It's like you have not been following me. He made that boy to look stupid. It's like you have not been following me. So that guy looks stupid. Even when you look at that boy, you know that guy is being sponsored to come there. Even look at the appearance, will show you. So, but today, PeterObi answered every question. I think today, look, even the man that was conducting the whole thing, tell you that now we have about 60,000 people joining, watching. Because Nigerians want to hear their president. When was last time Nigeria tuned to hear Buhari speaking? When was last time Nigeria hear from Buhari? When Buhari posts something,
Mr. Collins, sorry that I have to come in because you raised that topic. I think we should expatiate on that particular topic where PeterObi was asked about IPOB. I guess you listened to the response of PeterObi by saying that Biafra, he addressed it just yesterday here, that Biafra ended 63 years ago. Do you agree with that?
Of course. Mr. I want to tell you something. Let me tell you something. For me, I'm a very strong IPOB person. I'm not running away from it. But when you see a country working, all this agitation, it's not only IPOB is agitating in Nigeria. Everybody's agitating. Once a country is functioning, trust me, everybody, you understand, everybody will come to that alignment that PeterObi said here.
Yeah,
that's you understand.
But I'm not sure everybody will agree with what you are saying.
No,
now,
because the country is not working.
That many IPOB members is going to attack PeterObi.
Mr. Najawad, like I want to tell you something. Listen, just believe me now. In this place, in my church yesterday, I have about 5 people. When we are talking about PeterObi, everything, both of 5 of them, we are saying they don't like what PeterObi is speaking. Those 5 people, when we come to our IPOB, when I mean our IPOB register member, register member, they are not even register member. They are not even registered as in they are not even registered member. But those are those people that will sit outside. You understand? They are causing problem, but they are not even member. They will be claiming that they are member, but they are not
Collins, your view on this is baffling, and I like it. But I know many people will not agree with you. But before that, let's listen to that part again. That particular part, I would like us to listen to it again so that we can analyze it properly. Don't worry, it's still your turn. Let's quickly watch this.
Of IPOB, maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, of IPOB, Maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in the space. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. He said we have about 40% unemployment. We have about 60% youth unemployment. Young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what we have seen is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering. I will talk and discuss with all agitators. There's nothing wrong in that. People agitate even in my house, and I'll talk with them. So I'll deal with everybody. I'll show you of that. Don't worry about that. On the issue of health, yes, we have a problem with health. We have underinvested, and because our government have not prioritized our development agenda, everybody knows that the only measure of development that is recognized globally today is Human Development Index. And this is hanged on 3 items: life expectancy, which is health. And we are low in that. Nigerian life expectancy today is about 50-something, as against global average of 72. So we're low. Same in education. So it's to prioritize that. I just gave somebody an example. In the past 5 years, from 2015 to 2021, Nigerian budget in health is under 2.5 trillion.
Okay, we are going to pause it right there. I like the part where, in fact, I will agree with Mr. Collins, because what Mr. Collins was saying is that PeterObi answered that question perfectly by, because it looks like whoever that passed that question to Mr. PeterObi, it looks like it was sent directly there to disrupt Mr. PeterObi's speech, but he could not. PeterObi answered it by going extent to say that people agitate in his own house, and it's truth. There's agitators everywhere, at workplace, in the country, in the city, in your family, everywhere, And what is the main meaning of agitation? When people agitate, there's something they are crying for. Listen to them. The same way your children cry for a particular thing all the time, and if they believe it's their right and you're not giving it to them, so you're going to see them frowning every time in the house. So I want to give kudos to my principal, Mr. PeterObi, for answering that question perfectly. Mr. Collins, I would like you to move on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I have let me on that, based on that question that PeterObi said, he answered the question very well. We are talking about this IPOB as if IPOB haven't been existing during Obasanjo or during Jonathan. Those people are handling the issue very well. You understand? It's just that when you are as a leader, you are meant to listen to your people. When they complain to you, listen to them and also find a solution to solve that issue. But if you are not solving the issue, you are creating more problem to yourself. Like PeterObi said here, even in UK, if such a thing happen in UK, there will be a riot in everywhere. There will be agitation in every place in the UK. So the reason people are agitating because it's injustice and equity. So when they don't receive that, they will ask, okay, since you don't want to give this to us, the best thing, can we do this? So if you can't be able to have agreement with them, then you can't force them. That is what is causing problem, because Buhari couldn't be able to handle the issue. Jonathan was handling the issue. Obasanjo was handling the issue. Do you see any problem there? All these issues are being handled. But because Buhari wants to take it as a personal, he make it a personal thing. So that is why you see everything now turned the way it is. But in that again, the same thing again, PeterObi answered when the white man asked him a question, the former High Commissioner asked a question. PeterObi answered that question very well. Because he's called about, he's going to govern by rules of law. Once there is a rule of law, trust me, because that is the most important thing. Investment, any investor wants to come in a place where he can invest if there is security, there's rules of law, there's all those things. So those are the things that an investor, if I'm coming to invest something, if there is no insecurity, if there is no law in that ground, I'm not going to invest. So, but when all those things started happening, you will see people tripling in to invest. So I think PeterObi did well. So, and every Nigeria, what PeterObi did today, if the rate is 50%, trust me, Mr. Nigeria Hot, the rate is going to skyrocket like 100% today. So he did well. I think anybody that is dating PeterObi for presidential ticket, that person is just wasting time. This is the president. So I am not seeing any other person contesting PeterObi. It's PeterObi and the rest. So thank you so much. I yield back to the panel.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, my people. Because of this, I'm sorry. Some people are asking they would like to see the video again. Let's quickly take 5 minutes on this particular video again. Once again, then we take it from here. Thank you very much, my people. Please help us to share and like this broadcast. Let's take this. Let's listen from the beginning, at least 5 minutes of it, and see what our wonderful principal have to say here. Thank you. I appreciate every one of you. Trust me, you are going to be proud. You are going to be proud. Certainly, you are going to be proud of Mr. PeterObi. Okay, make we take him from here quickly. Thank you, my people. 1 minute. Let me put this on the screen. 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alex Vines. I'm the director of the Africa program at Chatham House and delighted to be the chair of this meeting, a vision for policy change and institutional reforms with PeterObi, who's the leader, as everyone here knows in this room, of the Labour Party and former governor of Anambra State. This is part of our Chatham House series on the Nigerian elections. As many of you are aware, we have already we've had the Speaker of the House of Representatives speaking last year here, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the APC, has spoken here. And this week we have Professor Yakubu, who is the INEC chair. He's speaking tomorrow. If you haven't registered there, please still consider. And we also have the presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, Senator Rabio Kwankwaso, speaking on Wednesday. We still have an invitation out for Mr. Atiku. He hasn't replied to us, but we know that he has received the invitation. So he is still most welcome if he wants to come to Chatham House and also present. This meeting is fully on the record. We're being live streamed, and there's media in the room also. If you want to tweet, please do so. We'd recommend you using the hashtag CHAfrica. Please do keep your mobile cell phones on silent, please, for the duration of this meeting. And do at the end, when we finish, please also remain seated when Mr. Obi leaves the stage here. We're going to have, I hope, reasonable time for Q&A. I will only overrun by maximum of 10 minutes because it should be equal courtesy to each candidate who has spoken here. We are live streaming. We had many hundreds of questions asked from around the world last time. I will try and summarize them. We do not have time, unfortunately, to be getting live questions coming in through our system. But those of you who have registered on our Zoom platform, we will try and collect those questions, and I will make reference to some of you who asked those questions. If you're on Facebook and other platforms, you're most welcome. Very grateful you're joining us today. But unfortunately, we're not going to be able to, we do not have the facilities to take questions from you, but I hope you enjoy the presentation. Well, no more ado, but again, to welcome you, PeterObi, to Chatham House. It's a privilege for us to have you. And I myself am very much looking forward to hearing about your vision for policy change and institutional reforms in Nigeria. Nigeria is a central part of the work of this institute, which is why we are having Nigeria Week here this week. So I want to invite you to come to the podium here and give your presentation, and then we'll have a conversation after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Let me respectfully stand on all due and existing protocols. In agreement with my belief in the primacy of gratitude among virtues, please allow me to begin today with the word of gratitude. I'm most grateful to Chatham House, Dr. Ellis Vines, and his team for the global impact of their mission and commitment to engagement with nation building in Nigeria. In providing this global platform to interrogate the vision of those seeking to lead Nigeria at this time with clear existential threats, as I will discuss shortly, are pervasive across our dear country. This Chatham House event challenges us to a new thinking. We have an alarming insecurity that led to loss of many lives and properties, significant decline in food and economic output, immense trauma that has compromised the mental health of communities, and in some cases, identity pressures and disaffection with the Nigerian project. The economy is in crisis with a troubling debt profile worsened by oil theft of proportion once hard to imagine. 2 economic recessions in 6 years and lamentable power sector that have significantly constrained manufacturing and social life. The Nigerian state is captive to an elite gang-up and a rentier political economy that concentrated power in hands of those who came to power and influence mainly through their own contrivances and influence rather than affirmation of the people, and therefore do not have the incentive to serve the people. Even after exploiting the ethnic and religious cleavages, sentiments to ascend to political power, the very people on whose sentiments they grab power often become the primary victims of such political fraud that has rendered Nigeria a failing state with worsening leadership crisis. Consequently, Nigerian democracy had been on the wane, evident in Afrobarometer longitudinal tracking, which reveals low voter turnout. But this seems to have turned around dramatically last year, allowing independent National Electoral Commission to register over 12 million new voters, with many more complaining they wish to register, but unable to do so due to a INEC deadline. What prompted this turnaround? We may ask. The reason for these very high stakes are lurking in the face of demographics, with our dominant population, the youth, frustrated and unhappy with the status quo and diminished opportunities in Nigeria in an age of globalization, when internet can easily reveal to them prosperous homes of those who live in a better led and governed countries. How did we, Nigeria, plunge or get here in such an economic decline that we have overtaken India as a home for the biggest pool of absolute poor in the world, when there are 7 times our population? While the poverty rate in India is 16%, that of Nigeria is 63%. With 133 million people classified as multidimensionally poor. This is unacceptable and needs to change. What Nigeria needs is a great escape. As 2015 Nobel Prize winner in economics, Angus Deaton of Princeton University elucidated that what separates poor and rich nations is attributed to health and education. But what provides quality health and educational system for a society committed and focused leadership that can build and sustain public wealth, as I was told by Professor Donald Jacob of Kellogg School of Management. In many ways, this is the heart of my remarks today, which are deeply rooted in my upbringing, particularly my mother's counsel, that I live a life of positive impact and manage both personal and public resources most prudently for the sustainable, inclusive growth of development of the society. It is this principle that guided my stewardship as governor of Anambra State of Nigeria and led to our much commended performance with some prize awards to show for it. Some awards for outstanding accomplishments in key Millennium Development Goals, now Sustainable Development Goals. It is the same counsel and principle that is guiding and motivating me to offer to serve in a new Nigeria. The answer lies in leadership, institution, and demographics. The good news is that the demography is driving the change we're seeing in Africa, with election after election last year in Africa, in which establishment parties are being upturned by new and small parties. It is this change that my vision of policy change and institutional development is rooted in a push for a broadened scope of social mobility and freedom for Nigeria, particularly for the youth and women. Like the former British Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan, said, at the start of the independence decade, a wind of change is blowing across Africa. Today, that new wind of change sees the ballot box as being instrumental to changing of bad leadership. Senator Yusuf Dat Ahmed, my running mate, and I are committed to new politics that start with ethics of servant leaders and anchored on marriage of clean hearts and skillful hands. We know that unless we change the politics by changing the political leadership, we are stuck in this terrible state of underdevelopment and misery. We will build patriotically our institutions, particularly the ones directly responsible for implementing government policies, to make them fit for purpose. It is not to be doubted at the global scene that Nigeria is blessed with some of the most entrepreneurial youths in the world, in science, in business, in art and entertainment. We believe that what remains is the changing of leadership class from predators to creators of value, from those whose wealth and power drive from the decision of the nation and its people to those who have demonstrated competence, character, capacity to invest in human development, create prosperity, and instill right values and ethical conduct deserving of servant leaders. Nigeria today is at a critical juncture, and the people led by the youths, brutalized by bad leadership, are awake and leading the movement to transform Nigerian politics and restart the engine of economic growth and social stability. We count ourselves honored to be trusted, especially by the youth, to lead this democratic revolution, and we are deeply pledged to do so with sincerity, accountability, and unquenchable love and desire for a better Nigeria. We are simply the symbol of Nigerian youth struggle to reverse this ugly trend that keep driving them into social anomia, despair, and rejection of their country. We are determined to do everything that needs to be done to rescue and lead our country to prosperity, freedom, security, and peace. We will use merit to assemble competent Nigerians from all sections of Nigeria to form effective government of national unity. At the heart of my goal here today is to look at our Labour Party's key policy plans and how they will drive up the quality of life of average Nigerian, dramatically reduce poverty, and return Nigeria to a place of strategic relevance in a world that needs a thriving and well-governed Nigeria, stabilizing the continent of Africa, making it high-value add for a planet impaired by environmental challenges, terrorism, and inequity. I also plan to speak on institutions and how the leadership we offer can facilitate the evolution of stronger institutions with the rule of law a key anchor to nation building in Nigeria. I have no doubt that the policy choice we favor and the strong institutions Labour Party will facilitate will move Nigeria from a country of rent seekers sharing oil receipts and consuming conspicuously to the one that produces based on vast factor endowments whose value chains can move us towards a high employment economy. We will turn our youth budget to a democratic.
Let's move it to where questions were passed to our principal. 1 minute. Let's quickly take 1 or 2 questions from here.
The National Assembly, how would you work with legislators to ensure the radical reforms you are proposing come to light if you win the presidential election? So that's one question. Just hold that there. And I'm going to go right to the back of the room, right at the corner there. The gentleman right in the corner. Yes. So, yes, you. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself and 1 question, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. My name is Ajiboye Tsumishi from Huddersfield University. So my question is simple. The activities of the hip-hop in Nigeria is on alarming rate every day. And with all the policy, beautiful ideas that you've listed down, sir, without tackling security head on, they are impossible. So one of the allegations given to you is that you've not condemned the activities of the hip-hop. So, and tackling of security.
Can you sum up, please?
Let me land.
No, but they asked you 1 question.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's.
Sorry, I'm a student. Yeah.
You will see that this man here was sent. They say make you ask just 1 question. This guy was, in fact, I don't understand.
From the way he was talking, he looked like a betrayer. He's not even sure of himself. He's talking like Tinubu.
It's like he lost everything they told him to come and ask.
Yes, he was not sure of
thinking.
himself.
Yes.
He was thinking. He was not sure of himself. He was asking stupid. He knew he was asking stupid questions. He was looking stupid himself.
But the way PeterObi tackle him, that's what I love so much.
So security, how will you tackle it, sir? Are you introducing,
please.
Are you introducing state police, or are you strengthening the federal government security apparatus? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have another question that has come in, which I want to ask from our virtual audience, and it's from Vivian Ahekwezu, who's asking the following. Vivian is asking, for many years now,
Okay, let me put his name again. We'll come back to this part, please. We need to know his name. You are right, Madam Rita. Let's ask for his name quickly. Let's see. 1 minute.
Take questions from you. On Zoom, we have, so that's one question. Just hold that there. And I'm going to go right to the back of the room, right at the corner there. The gentleman right in the corner. Yes, so yes, you. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself and one question, please. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. My name is Ajiboye Tumishi.
Ajiboye Tumishi, right? I guess I got that right. Let's hear that again.
The National Assembly. How would you work with, introduce yourself and one question, please. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. My name is Ajiboye Tumishi from Huddersfield University.
Yeah,
So my
Ajiboye
question is,
Tumishi.
I've created in the space. If you have the place, first question is how do you deal with the legislators, considering that Labour Party is probably not in control of the legislative arm of the government. Quite frankly, I've been through this as a governor. When I was elected and sworn in as the governor, I have 30 House members, not from my party. In fact, nobody from my party was involved. As long as you are pursuing what is right, everybody will go with you because the legislator is insecure in his place. He knows that his people are without job, and that's what he wants. He wants development. What else is he elected to do? It becomes a problem when you are pursuing transactional policies, which will benefit you, or you're engaging in nepotism where you have to. But if you address it by strictly following the Constitution, which spells out that the system.
God to bless this man, oh God. Kai! God to bless PeterObi. God to bless this man.
It's characterized by simply that we have diversity and all is included, and you did the right things. You don't need to worry about that. On the issue of IPOB, maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in this space. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. I said we have about 40% unemployment. And we have about 60% youth unemployment, young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what you're seeing is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering. I will talk and discuss with all agitators. There's nothing wrong in that. People agitate even in my house, and I talk with them. So I'll deal with everybody. I'll show you of that. Don't worry about that. On the issue of health, yes, we have a problem with health. We have underinvested, and because our government have not prioritized our development agenda, everybody knows that the only measure of development that is recognized globally today is Human Development Index. And this is hinged on 3 items: life expectancy, which is health. And we are low in that. Nigerian life expectancy.
I don't know whether I want to notice something. You know, the way our principal tell over fine today, I don't know who polish my principal like, because don't get me wrong, our principal fine where we both today. Look, just check my principal. Leftists, you they see what me they see. Eh? Just check her. Eh? The way our principal take fine today. See the way they take all questions comfortably, you know.
Not be only today, fine. No, he's always handsome, always, all the time,
Always. Yes.
all the time, and he always stay very humble, and he's always okay to himself. If you dey see how they talk, you see, say you know the worry, you know the fear,
The comfort,
that confidence,
that confidence.
too much. Now, confident man. And today, something still happen for outside Chatham House. Why they call pro Tinubu people and anti Tinubu people? Two of them meet. They begin. They get small fracas. They protest for outside. I don't know that if you just put the video quickly before we continue with this one. Look, we see.
Okay, most see, most check them.
Mic check.
While the APC presidential candidate was making his speech, some groups of people, mainly Nigerians, were outside chanting pro and anti-Tinubu songs, resulting in scuffles between the rival groups, prompting the police to intervene and restore order.
On a Tinubu people, now they create problem for outside so now,
Now waiting we see. Now them now the day outside they create their own problem.
Hi.
Wow, God they demonstrate his talent for inside. You cannot beat the rich. According to him, Victor Hugo, the biggest thing is an idea whose time has come. You cannot stop. It's just there's nothing anybody else can do. We just bless God. Today has come. He has shown his talent. People have seen his capability. Those wey no one believe him, even if you be devil today,
200 million
your
people.
mind, your conscience go tell you, say, this man, he better pass who the wrong person will be the support. Even if you don't want to agree inside you, you know say he better pass am. See him. See him talking.
Make we hear from small, make we start to the talk.
Today is about 50 something.
Deal with the big boys issue on those. And
you have the strongest arm in the audience. Please introduce yourself. One question.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon and welcome, sir. My name is Priscilla Winkbo, and I'm an independent broadcaster here in London. And sir, you spoke about your point number 5, which is to generate electricity and power in Nigeria. And you spoke about transmission, distribution, and generation. But I think it's fair to say that our problems with power goes beyond those 3 areas. And the main problem that I see here is this. We have a population or part of the economy, shall we say, those who supply spare parts, the engineers, those who work within that sector, whether it's those that are selling generators. And we know that that issue is perhaps the biggest issue when it comes to our power generation. So my question here is this. How do you plan, number 1, and I'm going to take a risk here, to deal with the big boys, and how do you also plan to address that economy that will then no longer exist because you have generated power? Because I'm sure that they too will rise up against it. Thank you so much.
Who be the big boy where this madam they talk about? May God bless him. Who be the big boy? May we talk about it be now. Now the article now.
Exactly.
Because he don't know, the woman knows, say, now people sit down on top of electricity where we don't fit get electricity for Nigeria. Now make the woman talk, say, Oga PeterObi, if you win, how you want to deal with the big boys? So make we hear how our principal take handle this one. Make we hear them.
Thank you very much. We did online have lots of questions about refining also. And so this is a key issue that people are asking question about. So the gentleman there, a bit further along. Yes, there, you, just there, yeah. Please go ahead, introduce yourself.
Thank you very
One
much.
question.
Good to see you, Peter. Paul Arkwright, I was the British High Commissioner to Nigeria from 2015 to 2018, and it's good to see you in London, sir. Thank you very much for your talk. I've now moved into private business. I'm a consultant, and I'm advising companies and funds, investors to look at Africa, to look at Nigeria, to consider investing there. And everyone agrees, I think, that FDI, foreign direct investment, is critical to the future of Nigeria. But they, at the moment, they're very cautious, and that's putting it diplomatically. When you become president, sir, could you tell me the sort of 3 things you would do in the first, let's say, 100 days, which would encourage, which would send the right signal to foreign investors to look again at Nigeria, not just look again at Nigeria, but to invest in Nigeria? Because as you know, I'm one of Nigeria's strongest supporters, and I think this is a country which is worth investing in. Thank you.
Okay. And I will come back to this side. The gentleman just there, you, sir, just there. No, behind, sorry. You're the lucky one. One question, sure.
When I don't see the way our principal, they take note of every question. That day, where Emilio can come, he just sit down like this. He don't take any notes. All the team sheep can't they take the notes. As they, oh God, Nigerians, may we not miss this opportunity. Make we not miss this opportunity. Okay, make we continue.
Short, please give your name.
Good evening. It's William Owomayi, the UK's young ambassador to the Commonwealth and a member of Chatham House. You've caught Nigeria by storm in recent months with your campaign and your vision to unify Nigeria, mobilizing young people all across the country. You mentioned debt a few times in your speech. Currently, the government is repaying debt to the central bank at an interest rate of 19.5%, which is extremely high. How do you plan to support the next generation?
The government is
repaying the central bank debt by 19.5% interest rate. How do you plan to support the next generation by dealing with the debt repayment crisis? And also, how do you plan to deal with tackling financial transparency in Nigeria? The central bank hasn't released its balance sheet in about 3 years.
Thank you. There you go, Peter. 3 questions.
Let me start with my sister there. He talked about the big. What you're saying is about the big boys who are selling generators. Let me assure you.
Oh God, I can't wait for this man to be sworn in as the next president of Nigeria. Now, see, I tell you the other day, say some of una way they say PeterObi look quiet. You know, if he handle Nigeria, he look quiet. Make una not worry. First prayers where we all supposed to focus on now, be say, may they sworn in as the next president and see the actions from there. You see all these people where they talk, say my big brother, my brother. No, this one is my big brother. The other one is my big brother. Una go see the real PeterObi when he don't become president. No worry. Let's take that back because I really want to hear that again.
Let me start with my sister there. He talked about the big. What you're saying is about the big boys who are selling generators. Let me assure you what we've been campaigning on. Our campaign, you have heard them say we don't have structures. That is the structure we're trying to destroy. Structure of criminality. That is what I mentioned. That Nigeria is being held captive. That structure is structure that have impoverished Nigeria. We will dismantle it. It will not be there. I assure you of that. We're going to turn around the power sector. Nigeria generates about, today, 56,000 megawatts of electricity for 200 million people. And South Africa, the second biggest in terms of economy in the continent, 5 to 6,000, that's 5 to 6,000, sorry. And South Africa, the second biggest economy, 60 million people, generates about 40 to 50,000. And South Africa, in the past 3 months, have declared emergency in power and said anybody can generate up to 100 megawatts without license. So somebody who is 60 million, generating about over 40,000, declared emergency. What do you think somebody with 2 million people generating 5 to 6,000 will do? War. I'm going to declare war on power, and I'll solve it. Anybody who stands on the way, so be it. Bringing back foreign investor.
You know, they hear the kind word where our principal they use. Although I don't want me to use all those kind of words again. You know why? We will dismantle, we will dismantle, we will this, we will that. And you know, say all this while, our principal have been very, very reserved. If you notice, I don't want me, you know, may show the body language waiting go do too much. Because be like say the tea don't they pepper and where now. Make it calm down, make it calm down. May you often go sit down for that share. As God ordained and say that seat na your own. Once he does sit down there, make it begin to dismantle them. That's what we want. Because I don't know what they read. You know, a person don't write out dismantle. Yes, Oyedika. Yes, you don't see the word where they use dismantle. I don't want to make them go. Maybe all of them come they fear in a way because we know so many of them. It's going to start from top. We can't continue like this. I've said it before on this platform. The only way we can in totality, eradicate corruption in Nigeria is to introduce capital punishments. I've heard talking before. Although some people disagree. No capital punishment. No. Listen, guys. Capital punishment now we need for corruption. Anybody caught, especially from the top, should be executed. That's it. Thank you. Make we move on. 1 minute, my people. Please mute yourself. Mute yourself. Somebody unmuted themselves and there's noise coming out from your end. Thank you.
It's very simple, Paul. Foreign investor is like bee and honey. All you need is to create honey. The way bee will find the place is very simple. Foreign capital is scared of corruption. It's scared of bad policies. It's scared of where there's no rule of law. You need to put a regulatory environment that makes it conducive. You need to secure it. That is at the heart of what Dati and I are offering. We will build that intangible assets of securing the country, making sure that we govern to rule of law. We will fight corruption. Dati have a record that is the only National Assembly member who refused to buy property of government when it was offered to all National Assembly members. You can go and look at his record. If you have seen anywhere he has compromised or put himself in a transactional position. And I'll stop running. I know how I approached him. And I told him, I and you owe it to save our people. That's why we came together. And we came back and said, we'll work as a team. We'll solve this problem. Go and check my record. I've governed the state for 8 years, and I've challenged everybody. Paul, you were there. I've been the only governor till today. The day I left office, I was not owing salary, pension, gratuity, or any contract or any supplier. And I left in 3 banks in Nigeria, which I say every day. Access Bank of Nigeria, Fidelity Bank of Nigeria, and Diamond Bank. I left over $150 million. I didn't say naira. And I have over 30 billion naira. And Anambra State, you can go and verify. I've never had a bottle.
Go and verify.
Me. There's no land allocated directly or indirectly by me, and I signed over several thousands of CFO. Anambra has never bought me a bottle of water since I left office.
Can you imagine?
So you can go. We will fight and stop corruption. The first thing about stopping corruption is yourself. If you're not involved, your wife is not involved, your family is not involved, those around you are not involved, you reduce it by over 50%. And that's what I'm going to do. And I'm sure, Paul, you know that. We are committed. We can't disappoint these youths. We must build a new Nigeria. And we'll deal with that. Investors will come back. Those who left, even the young people who are today living, they'll come back. We want to bring them back. Nigerians are prepared to come back if they can find that they have a country to go back to. This green passport, people must be proud to use it.
There's a part I want us to quickly show here. I guess all of now here when our principal says since we come on for Anambra as the governor of Anambra State, say Anambra never buy a bottle of water. It means that he never collect any pension from Anambra State. Abi, somebody answer me. Not be waiting me be that.
No, what do you mean?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Good. We are getting somewhere. Let me tell you what Tinubu is still receiving in Lagos till today. And every governors, including Oshomole, every past governors, what they are still receiving in Lagos or every other state, except my principal. Let's watch this.
Befitting mansions built for them by the state government in their state capital and either in Lagos or Abuja.
Befitting building will be built for any past governors, either in the state where you governed or in Abuja. Befitting building. Let's move on.
And either in Lagos or Abuja.
Although they were specifically on Tinubu here, Lagos, Tinubu here, now they talk about here.
And the minimum recommended is a 5-bedroom house. Then furniture allowance for befitting furniture of the aforementioned property, and this furniture will be changed every 3 to 4 years. 100 million as gratuity, 100% of current basic salary of the incumbent and deputy. That is full salary for former governor for life.
Full salary. They will change your furniture every three years, right? Let's continue, my people. This is what our principal is not collecting. Then they tell me, they play. They tell me, say, not be this man, now he's supposed to be the next president. They play. If now sick, they your head, we go rebuke him this evening. Make we continue.
Current basic salary of the incumbent and deputy. That is full salary for former governor for life. Brand new Jeeps and Hiluxes, which will be replaced every 3 years.
See, a brand new Jeep. The kind of Jeep where these people they use, remember saying a bulletproof, is from 300 million above. Plus a bulletproof Hilux. Every 3 years you go to spend this one for them. They are on a full salary to debt. Do them parts. Right? Full salary. Their furniture allowance, they are getting that every year. Oh God, Nigeria don't finish.
Mr. Elvis, Mr. Elvis, sorry, it's me. You see, this is the reason why I told Nigerians that the cost of governance is too expensive. We need to cut. How can you be paying somebody who has just left office and you are giving him this, whereby the citizen is living below $1 a day?
Never
All
even
right.
hear and finish. You dey get headache. My brother, they get headache. You never hear and finish. May you wait now. Wait first. You never hear finish. You don't invest. What if you can't hear and finish? You call. Now you people will see what we are facing in Nigeria. Wait till Tinubu see they collect dates. Let's move on.
Governor for life. Brand new Jeeps and Hiluxes, which will be replaced every 3 years. 300% basic salary for car maintenance. 300% of basic salary for utilities.
Una not here, not be 100% to 300% of car maintenance, 300% for utilities. God,
water, for utilities, NEPA, water. 5 million monthly to pay for steward, cook, driver, personal aid, and security.
5 million naira monthly for driver, their cook, person where they clear their house, person where they open their gates. Ah, God. According to what we are calculating here, what past governors are receiving in Nigeria is more than 1 billion naira in a month. According to what we are estimating here now. We might be right, we might be wrong, but I know I have a lot of intellectuals watching us right now. Tell us your own calculation when we finish this video. Let's move on.
Cook, driver, personal aid, and security. Female security is also required for spouses.
If they hear them, the female security is required for their wife. It means that till the wife die, the wife go still receive pension. Hey God, how did we end up here? I told you guys we are a very good researcher. Anything we want to talk here, we'll bring the video, come on, go play them. That's not a problem. We have a technology, I will take the capture video anywhere it did. Even though 100 years ago, we'll bring and come out. As long as say you mention the title or wait till they talk about, we'll bring and come out. That's our due. We are not just a broadcaster. We don't just come here to talk. We talk and we show you evidential content of what we are talking about. This is what we are facing. The reason why I'm playing this video is that PeterObi refused all this benefit for the past 11 years or more. Let's move on.
Is also required for spouses. 100% of basic salary for entertainment. Medical allowances within the country and overseas for
medical bills. Now, Madarita just right. So, see, he said, Sir Elvis, know that every time Agbado goes to UK, now you they pay for his trips and medical bills. Not be this woman you talk so. See, now, might play that part again. See, we are the one paying for their medical bills.
Basic salary for entertainment.
Even entertainment.
Medical allowance.
If their children want to go cinema, go watch movie. Oh God, how did we end here?
For entertainment. Medical allowances within the country and overseas for an unspecified number of family members for life. And it even applies to those who have more than one wife.
Jesus.
I rest my case.
So those people where they send it, where they count wives. So Nigeria. Okay. Open your eyes.
I
Naija
cannot get strength to talk again.
Mr. Elvis,
Make a cry
hold on, everybody, please. This video now when Tinubu just come up for office, Tinubu now initiate this bill. I've said this before, and I want to quickly correct one notion. We could not spread bad news. not be all states accept this bill. For Edo State that year, the Edo civil society, we then are still there among them. We fight against this bogus pension salary. If I first go find the video, now here they use Kabaka and the boys attack us for Ring Road. They beat us mercilessly, break our head. But the good thing is, we succeeded that Edo not ever assent to this bill. So, what we are saying that Edo no time because of what we did, we
Okay.
never agreed. Edo
Yes,
never
Zamfara
assent to this bill.
Zamfara just cancelled their own Zamfara.
Just allow me
None of
finish.
them.
I'm coming because this I know too well because where some of us they talk, we talk from inside. This now what we fight.
At least it's still the apple for Lagos. That's waiting your
No,
concern.
they don't stop them. Lagos don't stop them last year. I be last year, last 2 years. This governor
No,
say no.
no, they don't stop
They
them.
don't.
No,
They stop us.
no, you are wrong on that. I'll bring the research now. They stop
Okay.
50% of it.
Okay,
50%. Yes.
50%.
They reduced
Okay.
it to 50%. They didn't stop it in totality.
If they call later reduce, I don't know, but I know that
No,
at the
50%.
time, there were states that agreed to this bill. Some northern states. That same year, was it last year or last 2 years? I'm not this sure, but either last year or last year, there was this problem of saying that we cannot continue to pay this money. They can't say they want to. Some states stop it outrightly. I don't call no Lagos today, they don't stop their own outrightly. Some
Yeah,
states begin
Zamfara
to
stopped their
discuss
own
am.
last 2 years, Zamfara.
Last 2 years, I did very current for this. Now Lagos, now start and Zamfara can follow. The more that state, not be all states accept them. Some states stop her outrightly. But the good thing for this news, what make me the point about not be all governor. Some states buy into it, some states don't buy
Lefties,
into it. But now Tinubu,
I beg. Lefties, no,
now
hold on.
now bring this one.
Say for this our platform, like I talk we are very good with research. Lagos own, as I talk I say they be. More you quick take from here. Siam, Lagos I guess so now the Siam from screen right there. That's it. See there for there. Siam, Lagos Assembly / pension for Tinubu Fashola other ex-governors by 50%. Now, say what I talk is right? Siam, because at the follow-up, 50%, and this only happened just last 2 years in August 6th, now they do one. So that means if they be receiving 1 billion naira a month, they are now receiving 500 million a month, which is still very, very bad. So they only slash it by 50%. It's right there on the screen. If you want to read all of them, that is it right there.
No,
Lagos State House of Assembly, everything is right there.
There's no, Mr. Elvis, there's no argument about what you just said. I said as of that time, they were coming up with total scrapping. Some states scrap totally, but when you said they scrap 50%, I said, okay, I don't know of that. But I was thinking they scrap totally. But I didn't know he now later lobby. Because the government of Lagos will say they cannot continue. Zamfara, when I said last year, last 2 years, I cannot just point to it, but I knew I followed up. I would now say, good, they are now stopping. This is some of the things we're saying. Because we cannot continue to pay as governors, as deputy governor, because it is an elective office. It is not a pensionable office. Tinubu, why I'm saying this, thank God you brought this. Why I'm saying this, Tinubu single-handedly introduced this bill to Nigeria space. It never existed anywhere before. Why I'm saying this, Tinubu is a criminal, is a dupe.
As far as I'm concerned, my brother, Tinubu is still collecting 50%. That is what they officially announced. But within you and I, Tinubu is still collecting 100% because now he boys and the rule.
It's very
that is the foundation he built his oligarchy on. This is the thing that has been ruling in Nigeria. You build oligarchy based on your sentiment, what you want to be. And that is why they look at him like somebody who built the whole nation. And that is the reason. These are the attributes they attribute to him of what he was creating for the oligarchs.
So before we start talking, that particular part that draw my attention to what people are currently collecting in as governors are collecting, I want our principal once again, to quickly just mention that part again, then make we move on. Don't worry, only 1 minute. I don't want to make you mention that part again because he mentioned it just now. Let's quickly take this part.
You will find the place. It's very simple. Foreign capital is scared of corruption. It's scared of bad policies. It's scared of where there's no rule of law. You need to put a regulatory environment that makes it conducive. You need to secure it. That is at the heart of what Dati and I are offering. We will build that intangible assets of securing the country, making sure that we govern to rule of law. We will fight corruption. Dati have a record that is the only National Assembly member who refused to buy property of government when it was offered to all National Assembly members. You can go and look at his record.
Now,
if you have seen anywhere he has compromised,
good,
or put himself in a transactional position, and I'll stop running. I know how I approached him, and I told him, I am you owe it to save our people. That's why we came together, and we came back and said, we'll work as a team. We'll solve this problem. Go and check my record.
Good. Listen.
I've governed the state for 8 years, and I've challenged everybody. Paul, you were there. I've been the only governor till today. The day I left office, I was not owing salary, pension, gratuity, or any contract or any supplier. And I left the 3 banks in Nigeria, which I say every day. Access Bank of Nigeria, Fidelity Bank of Nigeria, and Diamond Bank. I left over $150 million. I didn't say naira. And I have over 30 billion naira. And Anambra State, you can go and verify. I've never had a bottle. Anambra State have never bought me. There's no land allocated directly or indirectly by me, and I signed over several thousands of CFO. Anambra has never bought me a bottle of water since I left office.
Okay.
So you can go.
Go and verify.
And stop corruption.
That is where I wanted us to stop so that we can start talking. We don't just talk on this platform. We talk with facts. We don't show videos. We show verified videos, classified informations. These are what we pass on this particular platform, Niger Watch. Please, let's start talking. Thank you very much. Lefties, over back to you so that we can quickly give the panelists opportunity to talk to us. Let's hear from them.
We've started this talking and we'll continue to talk. Talking about the last video you just played is pathetic. It's very, very pathetic. If only Nigerians can understand why the man Tinubu cannot be the president of Nigeria. Talk less of the man called Atiku. Both of them have finished you and I. We saw his bill when he was about leaving the office. He put forward this bill when he was about leaving. You see his calculation. He lobbied this bill and his National Assembly members bought into it and they signed the bill. Before officially slashing this 50%, some other states wanted to key to it. Now, governorship election is an elective office. It's not a pensionable office. Why did Tinubu ever think you that is elected to serve just few years will be receiving this amount of money that our great-grandfather that worked for 60 years, 35 years did not get? You just work for 4 years or 8 years. That is for you to know that these people don't have you at heart. Tinubu bought everything that belongs to Lagos property, almost everything. He owns Lagos. He bought everything with government money. This man is a thief. He brought in TAS, Agbero. He went to go and do Lekki toll gate. Do you know how much is coming out daily, which you and I pass through there? We pay too. It's not you pass once, you pay once. As you pass, you come again, you go pay. If you pass 10 times, you go pay. Do you know how much million like Lekki is generating? That is why he was ready to kill Nigerians during NSAS protest. Tinubu is the owner of Lekki.
Mr. Lefney, sorry to disturb you. Not he was ready to kill. That was why he killed the protesters.
Okay, thank you. That is why he killed the protesters. So we are just quickly going over to some other candidate because our candidate have been talking, which is Mr. PeterObi. We'll be seeing him, we hear him. So we are now doing some comparison with this other candidate, which some people think are a match for PeterObi. None of them is a match. Is it Atiku? Let's minus Atiku. Atiku name should not be called here because Obasanjo have officially killed his career by writing a book and calling him a thief publicly. And he killed himself to say he make money through when he was a custom officer. He bought just five Peugeot vehicle. That's how he make this billion from. That man, if you know how he has finished us. So what are we now saying? Here is PeterObi talking in Chatham House. Here he's telling you go and verify. Here he's telling you that he has never collected money. Why, as a governor, he didn't collect land, government land to enrich himself. Somebody just confirmed, I don't know how far, that the house he built before he became governor, he was not even thinking it's still the same house he's living. Somebody, he said it before, where he stays in Abuja is about 2-bedroom flat. Not luxurious. He and his children, they stay there. What else do you want? A man that is so humble, that don't go for flashy things. He has money. He has money, but you see him, he's satisfied. What we are saying now is about satisfaction. A man that is so satisfied. A man that has the opportunity. He has been CEO of banks. He has been part of, but still look at the way he lives his life. Others are using our money to fly private jets, their wife and children. But you see how humble this man is. And my brother, my sisters, let's vote for change. The time is now. Because whatever we do now will affect us. We are mostly the cause of our problem. This is the time for us to actually change it. You've all heard him speak. Now go back and play Tinubu's video and compare for yourself. Then go back and listen to Atiku talk and compare for yourself. Go back and listen to Kwakwaso, another man that is a little bit good, but it's not too popular. That is the man that said he will make sure JAMB will be 4 years. But how can you do that? It will kill the standard for education.
All right.
It will kill the standard of education.
Lefties, let me quickly add to what you were saying right now, because you referenced to how Tinubu bought everything in Lagos and all that. Do you also know that TVC, he owns
yes.
TVC, right?
I know, yes.
Land where
that
the
land,
TVC,
former polytechnics.
yes, former polytechnic. Let's quickly go through that. Let's quickly go through that, my people. Because we they talk and so they show for here. We know you're the carry the talk. We go show you, may you know say yes, we are
man that said it.
Party.
If TVC knows say that man go bust their bubble for
no, Jado now is the next governorship candidate in Lagos now. TVC invite him, made the interview and say, what do you want to do for Lagos? Now he intimidate Tinubu stars. Make we watch out.
Where we are sitting right now, here, this.
They could not listen to Jado they talk.
Yes. Where we are sitting right now, here, this TVC premises, used to be Lagos Polytechnic, Lagos State Polytechnic property. Now, even if you tidy up everything and it's so legal for you to sell it to yourself, is it morally right? I don't know if you understand. Is this beer pardon?
I was definitely. I
am saying, even if.
I'm not going to break. We're going to stay on that. Yes.
Where we are sitting right now, here, this TVC premises, used to be Lagos Polytechnic, Lagos State Polytechnic property. Now, even if you tidy up everything and it's so legal for you to sell it to yourself, is it morally right? I don't know if you understand. So, is this beer pardon?
I was definitely. Let me pause. We have to go to break.
I am saying, even if
Mr. Jado, I'm going to go to break. We're going to stay on this.
Tinubu stars could not answer that question because they don't know. Say they did see it coming.
Oga, they answer them. They answer them. How you say they could not? They say, yes, it's not morally right. Because it was an attack they cannot escape. Now TVs, they stream our life. They cannot say no. They no feel. They say, yes. They answered it.
Make we hear from our wonderful panelists. They don't
Yes.
since
From
Mr.
now.
Schultz. Yes.
No, you go hold on, sir. Because we're not going to just start from like that. Because Machiavelli don't talk, Collins don't talk.
Yes,
so
now
we'll
Mr.
start
Schultz now.
Mr. Chooks now.
Yes, Mr. Schultz, thank you very much, sir, for your patience. It shows that we are really fighting this fight together. Thank you very much. Talk to us. What's your take in everything in general?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Niger Watch. Thank you, fellow panelists. Thank you, Mr. Leftist. It's a great day. And like you said, I just joined fellow Nigerians to, talk about, this great day. He has shown a kind of man he is. He has shown class. We can even see the way the man that hosted the event respected him. You can see the quality of people that come to ask him questions. I mean, for a former ambassador to Nigeria who knows Nigeria to come into this kind of event, it shows that, and he said it himself, that he has confidence. He has, confidence in Nigeria. But because of the way things are going, he can he couldn't convince people to come and put their money there. So that alone made my day. That alone made my day. Coming to the questions he was asked, I mean, I don't know how he's gonna tell Nigerians what he's there to do for us again. I'm not particularly happy that whenever we have this kind of thing, we have to go to abroad or in diaspora to discuss our internal issues. But if all of them are going there, not a problem. And I hope as well that this will be the last time, anybody vying for office will come here to campaign, because I don't really see that as useful to Nigerians. That being said, I had a question, and I think Mr. Elvis, you did ask that question to Collins, about the Biafran question he answered.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yes, the fight, the war has ended 63 years ago or so, but 53 years ago or so, right? But the issue there is for the Yoruba agitators, did they fight war too? It shows that what Nigeria is doing is not doing it just to the Igbos. They're doing it all over Nigeria. They're doing it all over Nigeria. And this is exactly what he's telling you, that when I come, for him, the war has ended. So what is coming to face is Nigerian problem. It's not about, the war ended or the war still on. Everybody who is telling you anything other than the issues in Nigeria is just lying to you. Even the people who are agitating, the IPOB who are agitating, they're not agitating to get out of Nigeria because Nigeria. They're agitating because their lives, their livelihoods have been taken away by few people. They're agitating because they cannot. And why it is so popular in Southeast is because that is their way of life. An Igbo man dare not see you trying to hold him down. If you want to fight an Igbo man, go and obstruct his business. He would use everything his armory to fight you. That is exactly what they're doing. They're not fighting because of name. Give us Biafra. What is Biafra? Just look, quote me, or let them come and quote me wrong. If any one of them come now and you tell him, look, Let everything be working. Let everything. Just how many of them care that they're living in Europe? How many of them? That is their way of life. Even their own way of life is not staying in one place. They are all over the world. An Igbo man will come to UK today and he make his money in UK and he hear that Canada is paying better than UK. He's gone. That is the way they are wired, or we are wired to live. We're not kind of people that stay one place and waiting for somebody to hand out. No. As long as you put everything right for them to succeed, there's nothing like Biafra. Put me anywhere. That is exactly what he meant by I'm gonna talk to them. For example, how can they be doing business and you think that it's all right for them to go to less than how many kilometers? Less than 100 kilometers away. Is that right? Those are the kind of things they are talking about. So on that very one, I think he is completely 100%, and he is sure that if he comes on and put that on the table, the people will respond to him. And look, they might plan, to come and ask that question to destabilize him or something like that. But you see that question, I thank God they asked that question, because that, debunked what Belemumu, FKK Belemumu, said on a recent interview he had, that the PeterObi is coming to embolden IPOB and all that kind of nonsense. So that question, look, I might be jittery about the person who asked the question, the way he tried to put the question, but it's a real question. It's a very good question, because I don't think Obi has had a bigger chance, to talk about that on our other this thing. I haven't had him on a national this thing, because I don't think all his town hall meetings anybody has asked that question, apart from I think in Arewa, something like that. So it is a very big opportunity for him to come and answer that question. You had him again talk about the way he's gonna destabilize them, and that reminds me, Mr. Dele Farotimi. I watched him this afternoon before I switch on to Chatham House. I watched him, and he was interviewed, and they asked him the same question: how are you gonna rule? How are you gonna do about passing bills and all this? And he said, "Don't worry. That's why we want to get in a Democrat." I think he claimed he's a Democrat. We want to get him there, because as long as we protest, we occupy National Assembly without going beyond our boundary, without damaging things, they are not gonna do anything. If it takes us 10 years to sit down on the National Assembly until they do what Nigerians want, we will do it. My heart gladdens, because it's like they are listening to me. Let me not say us now. Okay, I'm claiming the glory now. I talked about the first time I remember the first time I came on this platform. What I was banging on is rule of law. How is he must answer us? How is gonna deal with this? Because me personally, I know that the only problem Nigeria have is that rule of law. Imagine a court will give a judgment, nobody to execute it. All these are the problem. But today, I am glad he made it clear. Nobody is gonna run away again. Once he's up there, nobody is running away again. We will come back and fight together. I mean, what else can he tell us? All the questions, the economy, every angle you come, and he's answering it with a smile. That's why Mr. Elvis think he's more handsome today. Not be so, not so in the be, but I think it gladdens his heart that he is on this world stage to tell people who he is, and you can as well see it. Mr. Elvis, I keep referring to you You said you have never seen him using strong terms. Look at that. On the on a war stage, he is bold to tell you, I am not gonna let any nonsense happen. Man, I never heard him, use strong terms like that. That is my observation. I observe it, and when you said it, I say, this man, he be like saying at the same corner, and me and you, they go. Because I never heard him, use strong terms. He said it. And I believe he would do it. Before we see him as somebody who you slowly, then he bust. But right now, I think he is telling everybody what he's gonna do. We all are saying about this. It's the insecurity they are talking about in Nigeria. There's nothing like insecurity. It's business. And the PeterObi knows that. That Ahmed knows that. You see that Ahmed? He knows in fact, he is the most competent vice president Nigeria will ever have till date, if when they get there, because he knows. He knows who is breeding this Boko Haram. He knows who is breeding all these insecurities, and that's why one of the first time I heard him speak, he said, "Don't worry, we will get there. When we get there, the whole thing, we will just change the little things and you will never hear insecurity." We might not even need guns to fight these people. We might not even need guns to fight these people. That is the kind of confidence they are embedding in every Nigerian. It's just for us to do our right part. It's just for us. A few days ago, I listened to what is it called? An interview, or I don't know how to. No, not an interview. A gathering between this current British High Commissioner and Labour Party, and she asked them, "What is the problem? Tell me your problem so that we can know if there's anything we can do to help." And they told him, "We don't have no problem as long as INEC will do a free, fair, and competent election. We have no problem because we know that the youth are more than the elderly, and the youths are ready to take back their country." So when you start to hear people speak like that, it tells you the kind of confidence they have. Because look, even Labour Party knows now that the issue is between INEC and the people, and they made it clear. The only way there will be peace in this country, because when you see the youths, the energy in them, do not allow them to.
Okay, Mr. Shooks, we lost you there. We lost Mr. Shooks there, so I would like us to move on to the next person, which is Nolly 7.
Let's Edo Pikin. Do we have him?
Okay, Mr. Shooks is back. Okay, Mr. Shooks, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Round up.
Yeah, sorry. I was even rounding up before it happened. Sorry.
Okay.
Round up in 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah. So when the Labour Party responded that the only problem they have is INEC, that tells you and I that we are halfway down there. And please, I'm not going to forget to ask people to go, and if you are happy listening to our principal, just go out there, get your PVC and get ready. And if you are sponsoring, if you are listening to this and you know people that are struggling to get it because of finance, please let us do our best to make sure that we get there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chooks Obabuze. After Mr. Chooks, we have Alex Edo Pikin. These people has been waiting and have them here on the list. After Alex Edo Pikin, then Mr. Alex follow before Nolly 77. So Alex Edo Pikin, please talk to us.
Yeah, my people. Where will I start from? First and foremost, Mr. Elvis, God bless you for your work. Lefties, God bless you all. Like I keep saying, we are getting there.
Thank you. Thank you.
What just happened today is just one of the reasons why I would say the name Peter like it is. Those who are Christians, they know what it stands for. He said, on this stone, I'll build my church. I think Nigeria is going to be built again. And PeterObi is the cornerstone. I don't think I've ever, in my adulthood till now, seen a candidate, or let me say since we started the Second Republic, 1999, candidate with all these qualities. I don't think we've ever had one. If I'm mistaken, anybody can correct me. This man stands for everything that is light, everything that is good, everything that gives hope, everything that is promising, everything that makes you want to, I don't know, you just have to be alive. You just have to be happy. There is vitality. The Nigeria that was almost gone. I mean, I don't think many of us, when we are really truthful to ourselves, in one time or the other, has already given up on Nigeria. Those of us in the diaspora, you can't, like, somebody will say, oh, they live there, they have everything. You can't have everything when your house is burning. We grew up in Nigeria. Our parents lived there. We have families there. So anybody that comes up to say, it doesn't concern me, you're just deceiving yourself. Somebody was talking about those who have foreign passports or whatever. Yeah. Without Nigeria, you are nowhere. So we have hope. This man, what he did today, the way he stood, you know, when you watch him, I was in the car coming back from work. I had to park on the way before my battery gave up. I was so proud to really be a Nigerian today. I would just urge everybody, like Mr. Chooks just said, please, whatever way it is, you can encourage somebody to get their PVCs, because no matter what we do, no matter what Mr. Obi does now, if people don't go out there to vote, it's going to be in vain. We are almost there. So those who have not gotten their PVCs, go out there and get it, because that's your master key. You don't need any other pray. You don't need to pray. You have the master key already, and that is the PVC. So somebody just said it's going to be between Labour Party and INEC. Of course, 6 months ago, when we have to think back where this movement was and where it is now, nobody needs to tell you that it is really going to be just between INEC and the Labour Party. If INEC does not do anything funny, there is no way PeterObi will not be president of Nigeria. There is no way. So all our attention is mobilization and try to do whatever it takes that people don't miss this opportunity. Don't miss this opportunity. This man is a gift. It's a gift to us all. So we should take this chance and don't miss it. As for the Tinubu thing, his TVC and the other, Mr. Elvis lives in Lagos. He knows a lot of people who live in Lagos. When you get close to them, whenever I'm in Nigeria and I speak and I just try to communicate with some people, there is this aura of Tinubu everywhere. Because I was not really paying attention to these things before, until I started to hear and mingle with a lot of people. This man has such a grip on them. He has corrupted every place. Even when you are taking a ride, maybe you are not in your private car, you just want to take a ride to know what's really happening. You will be shocked to the extent at which he has taken over everything that belongs to that state. So, and you are expecting this type of man, God forbid, to become president? What are you going to expect?
Nigeria will just be a forgotten nation completely. So his corruption oozes, it stinks. It is so transparent. We say transparent corruption. It's all over the place. On the island, as I was there last December, I was looking to see where are the billboards or whatever that has to do with other parties. Every corner was Shetima and Tinubu, posters everywhere. I was wondering, how can this man so monopolize a whole state? He has such power over everybody. You know, go to the mainland, the same thing. So the only way you can get these people out is to vote Obi in. We don't have any other choice. It is so glaring that when Obi gets there, the rule of law is going to take place and Nigeria will have sanity again, because what we are in now is insanity. A deep, deep one. So everybody, I urge you all, we are almost there. Don't give up. Don't give up. Encourage somebody. You push the agenda for them to go and get their PVCs, because that is the only way that we can celebrate at last. So my people, I will not be staying long. I just want to say, I want to wish you all a very pleasant evening, and please keep the flag high and the fire burning. God bless you all.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Alex Edo Pikin. So we'll just move straight to our Alice.
Thank you, Mr. Leftist. Nigeria Watch, thank you. Those on the comment section, thank you. Viewers worldwide, thank you for the good work. Obedient worldwide, thank you for all of you or all of us who are making sacrifices for a better country. Thank you. History is about to be made. For the first time, the mafias have never been this divided. First of all, PeterObi is a gift from God to Nigeria. A prominent person in America once said, if Obi was an American citizen contesting for American presidency, he has 85 to 90% of winning. So we should not joke with this man. But I want to condemn the character of all the presidential aspirants taking our affairs, our internal or citizenship affair to another country. It's totally wrong. I will excuse it now because we are at a very peripheral level of our democracy. It's totally wrong. I've never seen ministers from the United Kingdom coming to discuss before they elect their new prime minister to discuss in Abuja, or South Africans coming to Lagos to come and tell us something. It makes me sick. It reminds me of the Berlin Conference, of the scramble and partition for the territory of this continent, where the Europeans took Africa like a piece of meat and was sharing it among them. So for me, I don't like it at all. Talking from a social scientist perspective, it's totally wrong. It's condemnable. But for now, we can excuse them. Like someone said, we can stand on that premise. Mr. PeterObi has said it all. I hope he fulfill all his promises. With his antecedents, I'm very confident in him. A lot of people are doubting because they are used to politicians coming to say things. At the end of the day, they don't see anything. But this man has been tested and he can be trusted. So he was practically using some of the words we use here, insecurity, like Nigeria went to different countries to keep for peacekeeping. It's redepositing what we have been saying on this platform, all of us. Nothing is, nothing he's saying that we have not discussed here before. So the man means well for the country. We cannot even compare them. Between the three major, men in this race, the other two are a total write-off without any respect at all. And I hope the institutions, like he said, the rule of law should be strengthened so that many of them will have to face their sins, because the guy is already, bringing out what he wants to do. Election is very, very close, and the country is really terribly bad. I was ashamed to hear that he was going to that same place outside the country. That's a no-no, but it's okay for now. Jesus said, so that all the scripture might be fulfilled. When John the Baptist refused to baptize him, he said, let it be so for now, just to fulfill all righteousness. We cannot miss out on this man. We can't. Guys, let us get our PVCs. Let's continue to encourage others. Let's make phone calls. Let us, mobilize the way we have been doing. Nigeria, thank you for all you have been doing. Let's keep those phone calls coming. Keep those encouragement coming, those questions. And some of you who have scheduled your trip to come to Nigeria to vote and you have your PVCs, please come. Come, it's not as bad as they think. Nigeria is now or never. PeterObi spoke about, dealing with corruption headlong. He said something that I love. If I'm not corrupt, he said, no land can be traceable to me after leaving office as a governor for 8 years. This is what I'm talking about. That our leaders are the ones, perpetuating the corruption. Like Mr. Lefty said, when the head is corrupt, the body must be affected. So when the presidents and the governors are corrupt, it will reflect on everything. And the man is coming not to loot. He had chance to loot money. A man left $150 million, billions of naira. He walked away from it, just like Joseph walking away from Potiphar's wife, just like Daniel walking away from the king's table. It's not easy to find such people in the Nigerian political cinematography. So now that you found one, let's try our best not to miss out on him. But before we see a man like this again, take us another 100 years or 80 years. Maybe by then Nigeria is going to go in flames, because the way things are going, he spoke about agitation. Thank God he did not totally condemn them. He did condemn them, but he said, you look at what is making them agitate. Biafra war ended, but the struggle is still there. Catalonia is still doing their own. But why are they agitating? Why are they agitating? You brand them demons. Who made them demons? The Oduduwa Republic are doing their own in the Yoruba land. Are they also Biafrans? So the wicked leaders we've had, the wicked government over the years, since 1999, or since the 80s or 60s, a bunch of thieves, a bunch of low-class educated human beings. When Obasanjo became a military head of state, he was a mechanic. Go on, during the war, he was a primary six holder. That was when he went to bring Awolowo from the prison and said, sir, we need your wealth of experience. So the point is this: we need leaders. Never again are we going to have leaders that are not educated in the true sense of education. I'm happy he said he will invest in education, he will invest in health, he will invest on citizens. When I speak about caring for citizens, people say I rant too much, I talk too much. It's not a welfare state. There is no state on this planet that automatically became a welfare state. It is when you are caring for your citizens, people say you are a welfare state. So, but if you don't start it, you will not be a welfare state. Welfare simply means caring for your citizens. Germans are caring for Germans. British are caring for the British. Italians are caring for the Italian citizens. So why can't we care for our own? When it comes to telling leaders to provide a reasonable, ground for people to thrive, people say you are ranting. You are ranting. So for me, I'm happy. Obi is saying it now. He's not shouting. But everybody cannot talk like PeterObi. We all have different DNA. Everybody has a way of passing their own message. I'm happy the guy is saying everything all of us have been saying. All of us. So I want to thank you all. Nigeria Watch is like a school. It's like a university. You come to learn, and most of the things you are learning, 99.9% can be verified by people who are not even on the platform. So I'm very, very glad. We are very close. And I'm seeing the whole country for the first time swaying to one side before elections. So gentlemen and ladies, a new day is coming. and the day is very close. Don't give up. Obi is a prayer, is the answer to the prayers of many Nigerians. Is the answer to prayers of unemployed Nigerians. Diaspora Nigerians who want to come home because of insecurity, they cannot come. Diaspora Nigerians who have invested in different countries and they are overtaxed because they are not citizens of those countries. Diaspora Nigerians who are in prison in different countries of the world. A lot of them are not even guilty of those crimes. Some of them, even if they are guilty, but they are being punished times 3 because they are from Nigeria. So Obi is a prayer request answered to our pensioners who are dying because of lack of medical facilities. He will not do everything overnight, but 8 years is enough to set the foundation. When a man is educated, is not hidden, you will know in his activities. Obi 8 years as a governor showed us educated, you will know. So the man was a governor and he was educated, and we can go and verify all he did. And now he wants to be a president. And above all, he's a man that has love. He said something I love. He said when I approached Ahmed Dati, he said, you and I, we are going to save our people. That's a man. He reminded me of Nelson Mandela, talking to his friends, those that started that struggle together with him, who were all sentenced to jail. He said, you and I are going to save our people. That's a leader's heart, a shepherd's heart. So for me, this guy is all for the taking. He's the only one we have right now in the Nigerian politics that has a clean sheet. Clean sheet. Up to now, for the first time, Kabas could not find anything against him. They could not find laundering, money laundering case. They could not find drug charges. They couldn't find rape. They couldn't find properties, undeclared properties. Man, I'm wondering, where did this man come from? So I want to say congratulations to my Eastern brothers. Something good has finally come out of Nazareth. A savior has been born from that place. Blessed is the woman the womb that bettered this man, and the breast that nursed him. Thank God we can't miss him. For a former president, Olusegun Obasanjo and J.P. Clark, renowned nationalists and elder statesmen, very rarely, seldomly, to release statements in favor of a candidate before elections. So for me, I'm very, very happy. Something is coming. So again, I want to sound warning to those so-called high neck. I love them. I respect them. They should deliver their duty accordingly. Reject bribery. Reject intimidation. Tinubu can only intimidate people in Lagos. Lagos is not Nigeria, for God's sake. It's just one state. And if he's not careful, in fact, he will not even win Lagos with the way he's doing it, because he has really taken over Lagos. He has instilled fear on everybody, destroying people's businesses, beating up people. Is this how you want to be a leader? What message are you sending? It's supposed to be a free and fair elections. You already manipulating people with with threats, with assaults, with abuse. In a reasonable country, Tinubu and his campaign team should be disbanded because they are beating up people in Lagos. If you mistakenly say PeterObi in Lagos, you are gone. Thugs will come from nowhere and beat you up in some places. That alone is a red flag for all Nigerians. Thank God they are not going to follow people to go and vote in the polling unit. People may tell you, I'm voting you, but as they get there, they will vote PeterObi. So I'm happy he has been able to show, reverse the useless image Tinubu went to go and do in that same place. Disgraced us, made us look like dummies, that the whole country is producing a man like this as an aspirant. I don't know how he even managed to emerge from that party as an aspirant. I don't know, because looking at him, his height, his age, his the discrepancies surrounding his first sector go, like his his state of origin, his education, everything about him is just shrouded in disputes, which for me is a red flag. If they should revoke the Electoral Act genuinely, word by word, Tinubu should be disqualified since yesterday. But because we live in a country where anything goes for now, and this will be the last time the likes of Tinubu and Atiku will ever emerge as party flag bearers. Because I know Obi is going to initiate bills and lobby his legislature to review the constitution. A lot of things are going to fall in place. A lot of things are going to change. So the diasporans, there's hope for you. There's hope for Edo people. There's hope for Nigerians generally. There's hope for the agitators. He said he will engage them. He will engage them. He will discuss with them. Then he will declare war on electricity and the big boys selling generators. I'm very happy about that. The guy is gradually showing his true colors. Nigeria said it. The guy is gradually. he can't wait to get to the office and hit the ground running. The guy can't just wait, because from the body language of Nigerians, it's either Obi or we die. It's either Obi or we die. Because if we see INEC manipulations, forget about Nigeria. It's not joke. It's not joke. You don't joke with a man who seemingly have no future. You don't joke with a man who have not seen 24 hours electricity all his life. You don't joke with a man who has not had 3 square meals over 10 years or 20 years. Most Nigerians eat once in 2 days, once a day. It's not easy to live in Nigeria, to live a normal life here, because everything is just abnormal. So Nigeria Watch, I want to drop it here. And finally, I like what he said about the green passport and bringing in investors again. He used the parable of the bee and the honey. These are some of the things we'll be discussing. When you fix the country, investors will naturally come. Fix the country. Don't give excuses. Don't lie to us. Don't lie to us with religion, with region, with party. Fix the country, and the end, investors will come naturally. There is no rocket science. People did it in Singapore, in Malaysia, India. Indian is doing their own. South Africa did their own. Rwanda is doing their own. Senegal is doing their own. Botswana, Namibia, they are doing their own. Even Zimbabwe they are coming up. So I like what he said, that he wants Nigerians to be proud of using the green passport again. Those are the words coming from an economic angle. Sorting out the economic problems, dealing with corruption headlong. I'm very sure he's going to initiate a bill to the House. Capital punishment on corruption, life imprisonment or death penalty. Of course. And I'm very sure he will trace all the stolen money, the ones traceable. He will. With the likes of Obasanjo and Babangida and Danjuma and JP Clark with him, they will assist him to build. Even them will return their own money first. If you can remember, in 2015, Obasanjo was the first person to return money to Buhari, thinking he was a good person, thinking his head was correct. He had a 3 hours meeting with him. He returned a lot of money, undisclosed amount. It was in the news. You can fact check it. You can go and verify. So Obasanjo is good at returning money and showing you where to get all the stolen money. So PeterObi did us proud today. I'm very, very happy. I'm glad.
Right,
He
thank
made my
you.
day too. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Nolly77, please talk to us.
Thank you very much, my brother Alex. Thank you for your wonderful submission.
Go
ahead, sir.
before we go, before we go to Nolly77, we just had a member. Oh, I lose him. Okay, I saw him.
No, he's here. Zion Light.
Yes, Zion Light.
Zion Light, thank you so much. May God bless you. Thanks for choosing to be part of this member, this wonderful family. May God bless you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we'll move to Nolly77. Nolly77, please talk to us.
Thank you very much. Najawat, Elvis, I greet you.
Well done, sir. Thanks, sir.
I greet you, lefties. Elvis, I think time has come when you will reveal yourself to us. Like these glasses, now remove it at least today. Let us see your face. In fact, let me see your face.
No worry. May we fail win first. Now, may our principal fail win become president first. No worry.
You're saying that Obi looks fine today, and I don't even know how you.
Nolly77. So
Yes,
when you just for all with your big talk now, have his face you want to see.
Allah,
Eh?
because I will do good work now.
Both, yes, both. At least I want to know him.
So my face not do. My face not good.
No, your face, I don't to see him now. I don't to see your face, my brother.
Very good.
I want
Tomorrow I go wear glasses.
okay. Well, then we have the transparent one because black one no go fit you. Hmm?
If I tell and say he look like Tinubu,
Exactly. I suspect him.
I reject.
I was really happy today to see. In fact, what I saw today is that it is different from the town hall, different from Bala Blue. All this thing that Tinubu come and do here. What happened today was really different. One of my friends was there live, and he was sending the videos. He was recording it live and transmitting it with me. So I was watching everything, and I see how enthusiasm people was in that place. Everybody just want to see Obi. Even what is his name? Doyin Okugbe was there, and everybody was so happy. People, in fact, people were so happy to just be at that environment. Even the white people who are there, they were all very, very happy. That's to show that this person, Nigeria, have accepted. Nigeria, both home and abroad, have accepted PeterObi. So now, today, and by the way, today I lose a very dear friend, and a boy that, I have known him for a very long time now, but I lost him, not because I didn't lose him on death. I lose him because of his mindset based on all these things, because I believe that I don't want anybody to be taking me backward of my belief that a new Nigeria is coming. And there are some people who are they're just taking us backward. So today was a very great day for the Labour Party, for Nigeria as a whole, for the obedient, and for Nigeria Watch also, because we can brag. We can brag and say, look at our principle. You see how the man is communicating with people, not with anger, not with that fury in his face. He was smiling while he was talking to Nigeria. Why? Because he know what he's saying. So nobody's asking him questions that he's getting irritated on, because every question people are asking is relevant. That's why he was smiling, and that is exactly what is going on in Nigeria. It's unlike the one that Tinubu do. When they ask him a question, he will frown his face, and the answer he was asking when the man was saying, "How about your? How do you get your money?" He said, "Is the people allergic to wealth?" So what I saw today was just that we are already there. We are already in that there. But another thing I want to say. Another thing I want to say that is so critical is that based on what PeterObi says, that he never received anything from Anambra State, at least I believe the people like Soludo and all these actors and all those Eastern leaders, they always hear that. Because after according to what Babashir Lawal said, he said after his tenure, after Soludo tenure, then the people will talk, will talk what, then Nigeria will tell him how he did in office, whether he do good and he doesn't do good. And we're seeing that he's not doing good. As I'm talking to you, I'm from Anambra State. Soludo is not doing any good at all, at all. Forget all these things they're showing on it. It's not doing any good. Because number one, now he has put Anambra State in a big debt. That is something that Obi has never done. Even Obiano didn't put Anambra in that kind of debt. Or not Obiano, yeah. But Soludo now is putting us in a debt. That is why they are fighting Obi. They are fighting Obi because they can't match with him. They can't match him.
Has Soludo borrowed any money?
He borrowed money.
How
over
much?
200
wait.
billion, I be million.
The money,
Billion.
over 200. The money
A lot.
that budget that he passed, is it money that is is the Anambra State money that he passed the budget with?
the approval has been given, but he hasn't borrowed anything yet.
But he's going to borrow it, whether
Until
whether
he
you like
borrows
it
now.
or not.
Listen, until he borrows.
No, not until when you approve something.
Yeah.
What are you waiting?
But
That
you
is what
haven't taken
Are
it.
they gonna come call us when they will start spending it?
How do you know that it's not yet received it?
Listen. I will tell you. Yeah, it's a good question you asked. If somebody writes a check for you, payable to you, say 100 million, go and cash it. Until you cash it, you've not taken the person's money. Until you present it, and even if somebody might give you a check for 2 months, you are still holding the check because you may return it. Until you cash it, you haven't taken the money. Soludo, the house has given him approval, but he doesn't. He said, let him keep it in case, but he hasn't. So he's still using the money he is raising from taxation and everything. So until he borrows, he hasn't borrowed any money.
And that brings me to another point: taxation. People of
Do you know?
Anambra State, they are crying.
I'm coming.
People
Let
are
me
crying.
clear. It's cool. No, listen. Let me clear this thing. What is it called? The head of service, Barrister Theodore Igwegbe. I know somebody who is known to him. We're discussing it. They haven't borrowed. They've given him. He said, yes, let it just be there, just in case. But borrow, he hasn't borrowed kobo. So I can tell you that.
But
So
they have approved.
until he borrowed,
CM,
because
CM, we are talking based in Nigerian context.
Listen, not in
CM,
Nigeria. Listen, because
CM, hang on, CM, please, just give me 1 second. Yeah, we are talking based in Nigerian context. They are not. Listen, they are not. Look, CM, if these people are telling us everything they do, I can agree with you.
The one I have facts, I tell you. Borrowing money is not something you do secret. The House has approved it. The Accountant General should know when it is borrowed. The Commissioner for Finance should know when it is borrowed. Just like before you presented it. It hasn't been borrowed.
CM, why did he request for money he don't need?
Listen,
why?
It's in the, listen now, it's in the budget. He said, let them approve it for him. When he needs it, he borrows. But he hasn't. So the tax is getting from internally generated.
Yeah, CM, we are saying the same thing. This is how these criminals steal our money. When they know you don't need something, they say keep it here. And you and I will not know when that thing means.
I know. I have a link. I know. That's what I'm telling you. I mean, then I'm on air. People are listening to me, even from home.
Don't worry, the day that money will miss it. CM, we have you on tape. We have you on tape today. The day that money will miss, we will ask you for that money.
Listen, if he borrows it, today is 16th. If it has been borrowed, you might say, okay, CM spoke on 16th. Oh, later on the 17th of January, he borrowed it. But as of today, I'm right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. As at this date, 16th, I'm correct. So it doesn't be, so it's like I told you, somebody gave you a check, go and cash. You keep it in your pocket. You've not taken the money. You are not owing the person yet. Because if the person shot, he say, look at your check, I've not cashed it. And if you go to your account, the money has not been taken. So, but he's giving you the approval. That's what I'm trying to say. So he got the approval pending if he needs it because of what he's doing. But he said he doesn't need it yet. So to now, he hasn't borrowed. What if today he didn't borrow and the approval given wasn't done? Will you accuse the person? You were given admission to a university, you didn't take it. Nobody can accuse you, say, come and pay school fees. Until you accept the offer, they say, come and pay. But you have been given admission, come and study this course, you keep the admission letter. Have you accepted it? You haven't. Until you accept, they then say, okay, come and pay. That's what they are trying to tell you. I'm not that I'm against it. I know what he did against PeterObi. Everybody condemned him from beginning to even today. He's not supposed to say what he's saying.
All right,
all
Mr.
the enmity
CM,
he's giving.
Mr. CM, we'll come back to you. Remember, it's not your turn yet. I believe Knowledge 77 is done. That's fine, sir. I believe Knowledge 77 is done. Okay, we lost him already. Okay, my people, if you are watching us right now, we appreciate every one of you for joining us. Today is a happy day for all obedience all over the world. In fact, a lot of platforms are live right now talking about only one man, Mr. PeterObi, on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook. Everybody talking about him right now as we speak. So if you want to join us, the link has been reposted on the comment section. Click on it. Join us here. Let's hear from you. What do you think about the wonderful speech from our principal, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi, the next president of Nigeria. Join us here and let's talk together. I believe the next person now that needs to talk to us is Prince Adewale James. Mr. Prince Adewale James, please talk to us, and good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening, Prince Edigan, Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, my panelists and lefties. Good evening to everybody. So today I'm so very happy that I heard the good news, So still thank God. Why I don't normally come to the platform all the time, because I believe most of everybody over there, they are saying my mind. So I just, okay, let me just continue watching, no need for me to bother myself, but I know that I'm obedience family. So we thank God for that. So for the speech today, for our president, so I'm really happy the way he asks question and the way he talk to people. He's a responsible man. So that is a good. That I see this. The sign on him is a good leader. So he have all the quality to be a president of Nigeria. So I don't see no reason why someone is still doubting about our principal, PeterObi. He's the best among them. So no one can tell me that he's going to cast a vote for Article, or he want to cast a vote for what's so called the man that stole all the treasure in Lagos State. There's no way. So any person that did that, that that person is I don't know how to classify that kind of a person. So that kind of a person, they are not a woman being. So they are demon in Nigeria that don't want the Nigeria to improve. So and on that thing, I want to say, because if you see all the quality that our we have, none of them they have it, because when you said that Obi have never received any benefit from when he left the government, it's quite shocking somehow. I say, and a man like Tinubu, every month, yeah, you guys are already explaining it. So and the rest of them too, or Shomola and the rest, and who else, all of them in all the 31 states. So 31, that they have all their pensions money they receive every month, and the allowance. 36 states, I mean to say. So they have all the allowance money they collect every month, and they are whatever. So they have no land. They have no land that's from the government that the government gives to him. Have no cars. He have nothing like any domestic staff for him that they are paying. So when I calculate how you have no maintenance of any kind of thing that is they are the government, they are paying him for the work he worked for Anambra State for complete 8 years. So this kind of a man, there's no way any person in this earth will tell me that Obi is not qualified to be a president. So if Obi is not qualified, who else can be the president of Nigeria? I see nobody there. So except they want everybody to go on their own way. Because like here, I live in Madrid. You can see like all these Vasco and the rest and Barcelona. It's the same thing that our brothers are still fighting for. They say that they want Biafra, they want this. But in Spain, here everybody live peacefully. The people that won't enjoy the things in where the country will live is these people that said that they want to cut off from Spain. So even though they are not working, the money they pay them, is more better than it's better for them not to even work. They receive more money than we that live here in Mandarin. So when you are working here, you have to talk about 1,008 or 1,007 or 1,006. So that is minimum. But people in my Basco, all these Basa, all this, when they are not even working, they receive up to about 1,005, 16 and 1, and all this stuff. They enjoy every benefit, every good things here. So I believe the same system, if they can still do this, they can still activate, they can still do the same system down in Nigeria too, like where oil came from the Niger Delta. our Biafra brother too, they can still enjoy the systems. So why will I say that? Because when you see the resources, where the resources came from, what they need to do, if there's no development, so what the governments need to do, because since the government themselves, they are corrupt, what the president need to do, they now say, okay, you will now come to agreement with the people in the area. This is what will benefit you people, and this is what I will be giving to you people, and make you people to understand that this is what will be coming into your account for you people to be using. Not that you give it to all these people, the governors, they will just find just the money, then they leave the people down there suffering till today. None of them is getting money. Then they bring this guy, whether I don't follow or what's so called, they give him an appointment to make sure that they will not steal any oil or whatever it is. So other one is a bit of hell somehow. I don't really understand our leaders. So they are not leaders. So we are praying that Obi will become our next president by God's grace this year. So nothing can stop it, and we need to call our people down home to advise them to go and get their PVC, and we need to call the place we call from our village. Everybody have a village, you know. So we call them that we will send a message to them. So it will not cost us money. Me myself, I know what I'm doing somehow, you know. So I know there's not everything we need to bring into these social media, what we are doing underground. So you need to call your brother or sister, your relative, send some money to them, let them go to the village. That the village that you yourself, even maybe the car cannot go. Even when they stop there, they will use their leg or whatever, or kekena, or use a bicycle or whatever it is to go there and talk to the people and give them some something, you know, so that they will know that, yeah, this kind of a might exist. This is the person that will vote for Obi, because the village people, they only know of APC and PDP, you know. So we need to target most of all our village people, wherever local government we come from. So that is our target, and that is what we need to do, please. Everybody in the platform, we are obedient. Not that we are in the platform here, we say we are obedient. So it don't matter where you come from. And I want to tell our Igbo brothers, we are not doing this. We are here. Obi belongs to all Nigerians because he is a good man. Because I will see him, he is the best among all of them. We are doing it for God's sake, for make our country be great again, so that our green passport will be a better use. When you be in the public, you know that, yeah, this is your green passport, it means a lot, they will respect you, not the one they are doing now. Because most of my friends, everybody, they have their European passport. So, you know, so please, so we need to come together and make Nigeria great again. Our Igbo brothers from the East, what we need to do, please, we need to embrace peace and spirit for our Igbo brothers, because I've got some information, because because even in Lagos there, some of people in Lagos, all of them, they are, you know, they have an association, they are coming together in full force to vote for Obi, whether Yoruba or Igbo, whatever it is. But our major problem, what we are thinking about, we are focused about, is the Eastern, because the kind of something is going to happen there, we don't really know. But their plan over there is to distract people over there, so that they now say that no vote came from there. So please, all our Igbo brothers, and also not that we are just talking in social media, we need to call our people down home. There are people that won't go over there. We need to talk to them, that let peace reign, let embrace peace. So you can see that once our principal enter over there, be the president of Nigeria, you see everything will come. This Biafra agitator we are just talking about, you see everything will come, because Nigeria is not a country. That is why everybody is agitating. You know, so once Nigeria will be a better place, you will see this agitation will just go down. Nobody will talk about Oduduwa. Nobody will talk about Biafra. You see, everybody will just calm down. Everybody will just begin to enjoy and do business and get their money and go to hospital within the country over there. So you see, everything will be friends. Everybody will love each other. Will not be a tribalism. Will not be someone that you came from some place. Who are you? Or all that kind of thing. It will not be that kind of something. Will not be existing. So please, my brother and sister, we need to obey. Thank you, Mental Watch. So I need to move out.
Thank you very
Sign off.
much,
Thank you.
Prince Adewale James. Thanks very much, sir, for your submission. Appreciate you. Okay, now we are going to move to CM now to talk to us. Mr. CM, please talk to us in, please be concise so that we can round up because we are coming back again by 7 p.m. tonight. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you. The PeterObi's Chatham House outing today, I listened to it at least a good 90% because I joined when he was reading his presentation, but I followed mainly everything. I can say good 90% of what transpired. I watched it till the end. You see, the question I answered, anyway, let me summarize first. The thing is that he performed excellently well. He was not under pressure of any type. He was so calm, calculated. In fact, he lectured the people. People were smiling, clapping, anyway, the little they could do. So what I'm trying to say is that the questions that were thrown to him were just like everyday question he's addressing since last year. So it's like all those security, he will tell you what can he do about agitation. He has been consistent dialogue. What can he do about, in terms of foreign investment? In fact, the best answer to me is the foreign investment. And that is in answer to the former British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Paul Arkwright, who asked the question. He told him, he said, foreign investment is like bees and honey. If you like, go and keep honey somewhere hidden. The bees or the ant will find it. So they don't need to tell people to come and invest in Nigeria. By the time he start doing his magic and things are improving, people will come. As he said, it's as simple as that. And then on the question of power generation, he said South Africa with 60 million people and they are generating about 40-something thousand megawatts, they are declaring an emergency. Can you imagine? But Nigeria with more than 200 million people generating between 5 to 6,000 megawatts and they are not transmitting enough. He said we should be declaring war. So that's what it means. If people with 40,000 are declaring an emergency and then they make it in South Africa that you are free to generate 100 megawatts even without license, just for your own sake. So just to make sure that power is everywhere. He may do the same thing. That's why you see people saying this refinery is illegal, this is not illegal, the one they are doing in the Niger Delta is illegal. He said legal means bringing it into law. You call those people, say you are illegal, now you are legal. That's all. You refine your fuel and then he solved the problem. So his attitude and the way he was answering questions was very, very satisfactory. In fact, there's nothing really new to some of us who has been following him here. We know that if you listen to it, you find out that these are some of the things he's been saying for a long time. And by saying it, he's being consistent and he maintained it. He was so calm and calculated. So to me, this outing at Chatham House today is well worth it. He lectured. If the people of Chatham House will now know that yes, somebody is coming to take over the reign of power in Nigeria. And one more thing I should add is that the way he was answering the questions, Peter he was sort of doing it as if he's in Nigeria. He didn't take it as if under pressure. I mean, the international community, the British people are looking at me or whatever. No, he took it calmly and then was able to inject his philosophy into it. Because for every question, he will sort of paint a scenario and then use it to explain what he need to do. So all in all, I'm so happy I listened to it, and I think I will go and listen to it again because that is vintage PeterObi. I can't wait till anybody who is not voting for PeterObi in this election just born out of maybe primordial sentiment. If in terms of media, he has nothing more to prove. He has not. He has proved himself home and abroad. Thank you. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much, Mr. CM, for making that speech quick, swiftly. Thank you. I appreciate you all for joining us. I would like us to move on now to Kunle Oguntwose. I'm not sure if I pronounced your surname properly, but I would like you to help us on that.
Kule Oguntwase.
Oguntwase. Okay, Kunle, tell us, where are you joining us from? And tell us how to pronounce your surname.
I don't mind how you pronounce my name. There's no problem. At least
tell us where you join us from.
Kunle Ogutuashe, I'm joining from
Ogutuashe, yes.
Texas. I'm from Texas, Houston, Texas.
Where's that? Oh,
Mm.
Texas, Houston, Texas. Okay, thank you
Yes.
very much, sir. Please talk to us. What's your take on what we have presented so far?
I just put something on the chat, and what I said is that PO went to Chatham House to just chime. We didn't expect less, you know. It's obvious that PO, that Peter Obi is the best candidate. It's so obvious, and we are just proud of him. So we didn't expect less. And I'm a Yoruba person from my name, and obviously I'll be campaigning for Obi because sentiment aside, he is the best candidate. It's so clear. There is no.
So, Mr. Kunle, you are not one of those that believe on tribalism.
No, you see, we are talking about Nigeria. My
Good.
uncle, for example, I have an uncle that is very involved in politics. In fact, my auntie was a commissioner under Tinubu. Are you following? She was a permanent secretary. Then when Fashola got there, she was a commissioner. But the truth is, I'm supporting Peter Obi because Peter Obi is the best candidate. I just pray that he's going to win. I don't know how it's going to happen, but it's time that Nigeria get it right. And this is the time. If we miss this opportunity, I don't think Nigeria will actually recover. I don't want to take you guys' time. Thank you so much for what you are doing. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
God bless you, Kule. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be expecting to hear from you next time. Please endeavor to join us. We are here 7 days a week, 5 p.m. in the evening, while 10 a.m. in the morning. We are here for newspaper review. Thank you very much. God bless you. I would like us to move on now to the next person we have here is Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike, thanks very much for joining us. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. What's your take on our principal's speech today at Chatham House?
Thank you, my brother. God bless you, and blessed new week for everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Is like the vintage Mr. PeterObi, consistency, smart, intelligent, competent, measured, humble, persistent, and right words at the right time. So it was my day was fulfilled today from the speech he made. And listening to him from the beginning and the time of question and answers. It was measured, it was calculated, it was instantly to the point, and he has never made any statement to override what he has been saying or contradict what he has been saying from day one. So I think the people that watch the program and the people that will still watch or listen, I think that today's program, if Nigerians are being honest to themselves, I believe that a lot of people who are undecided, I think today, PeterObi has won himself a lot of people that are still on the side of undecided, if there are still some people who are undecided on who they have to vote. And I think that the picture of image that he presented at the Chatham House should be able to give confidence to the international community, business community, those who love to do business with Nigeria, who are wishing Nigeria well. I think he put himself in a place where everybody should have the confidence that if this man wins this election, Nigeria is going to have a new beginning in every areas of life. So I was impressed, I was happy, and I think every obedient worldwide should be excited and happy. They should be able to energize us more the more for us to do more great work, because we still have a lot of work to do. This is another sign of hope that is promising and bringing to Nigeria. He's speaking from the background of whom he is. And I think Nigerians are happy. Even those who doesn't love PeterObi today, who watch this program, even the political opponent that watch this program, none of them will ever be honest to themselves to deny that this is what the best you can get from anybody. PeterObi set a bar today. He set a parameter. Kwankwaso is going there tomorrow, and I don't know if Atiku is going to honor the invitation. But PeterObi has set a bar and a standard that anybody trying to meet that standard is going to fall. So I don't know what Kwankwaso is going to say tomorrow, but I mean, today's event is something that nobody is going to meet because he decided to set a high bar for everyone coming to Chatham House.
Mr. Ike.
Yes.
I thought tomorrow is for INEC chairman. Kwankwaso
Oh,
is to be
sorry.
after
Yes,
tomorrow.
tomorrow is for the INEC chairman. It's on Wednesday is for Kwankwaso. Thank you for reminding, for correcting me. Yes, it's true. So please, I'm so happy. Listen, I don't have much to say, but to say that Nigeria, you have seen a man who is consistent, who never changes words, who is always ready to give you an answer that will, make your high blood pressure to go down as much as it can. And I think that he never contradicted himself today, even when the first person, the Yoruba guy who was trying to, mix so many questions together in order to, make sure that he wants to get what he wants to get. But at the end of the day, PeterObi on his wisdom, PeterObi in his smartness, PeterObi on his intelligence, and trying to let the young man to know that if you are talking about the people that are agitating from the east, there are people that are agitating from Yoruba, so the Yoruba nation, Sunday Igboho and his group, they are agitating for the same thing. So agitation is everywhere, including in everybody's house. Agitation is everywhere. We even you and your wife, me and my wife, we agitated this afternoon. Agitation is everywhere. You cannot run away from agitation. The most important thing is both sides will be able to have a common ground where they will meet and agree on one thing. And even though you are going to disagree, you will disagree with respect and you disagree with honor. So the guy was trying to play the politics of, the tribal politics, but PeterObi was smart enough to, put a hammer to that. And I was so much impressed at the end of the day when the guy run around with his questions. At the end of the day, he landed where he's coming. Even before he landed, PeterObi know where the guy is coming from. And that was why he just quickly went to it directly, reminding him that there are Yoruba nation agitating. So, I mean, that's buried the whole thing. And when he talked about the issue of climate change, and I was also happy with his answer because let us be honest, the issue of climate change is a sensitive issue. It's a sensitive item that PeterObi is not yet the president. You don't know what the weather is going to be. You don't know what the climate is going to bring before February. So if you decide to say, this is what I'm going to do now, and you put it on public domain, and maybe before February, or even that month of February after election, if God's grace you win, something will happen to the climate. And the world will be telling you, oh, but this is what you said. But he just said that he will respect the protocol of the climate change. But something else can come up. So I think that answer was good because you don't know what you're going to obtain tomorrow. So overall, everything is perfect. So I'm happy, and I think it has given me more energy to be hopeful for a better Nigeria tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. You were talking about the man that was trying to show himself, Ajiboye Tumishe. Yes.
Yes.
Well, we bless God that he was not clever enough to outsmart an idea whose time has come. We all know from his body movement that he looked like somebody that was sent there, somebody that did just go there because it shows he was not composed. He was like not even like afraid to over ask questions. He was not sure of what he was asking. Anyway, let's go to the last person here. I think the Mr. Son of God. Son of God. Talk to us.
Hello, yeah, good evening. Yeah, thank you very much for opportunity to speak at this time. Thank you. I hope everybody has had a good day. The thing about PeterObi, I don't think I think everybody here or most Nigerians at this point they know what to expect from this man. I mean, it's no longer in contention. There's no even his opponents know what to get from him. They know he's been a man that if you go and watch his videos from even years ago, because sometimes I just go and look at some of his videos. Some of the things he's saying now, he has been saying it for years. Hey, it's not that he started saying some of these things now. He's been saying these things for years. Not something that he started saying because he wants to be president. So he's one of the most consistent people that you can find. And so I think it's very clear. It's not in dispute now. Everybody knows that he's the most competent. I mean, there's no doubt about that. The other people are running for their own reasons, selfish reasons. They know if it comes to competence and to credibility and someone with integrity, there's anybody in Nigeria, hand on heart, they know he's the most, he's the most capable. He's the one that should have that post. But the thing is that because Nigeria is a country of where people are more interested in their own personal interest, that's why we're still having this discussion. We're still talking about. All this thing about PeterObi. So it's unfortunate that even though we've been saying that Nigerians have been suffering for so long, some people are still prepared to close their eye to this suffering and continue to pander to primordial sentiments and tribalism and all that. Some people just cannot help themselves. So I mean, the video that was circulated last week or so about the man in the church that was saying people should pray. That tells you everything you need to know. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know. People could not even the prayer the prayer the man asked them to say, they could not say it. I mean, it just tells you everything you need to know. Nigerians sometimes you wonder if Nigerians are we talk about the leaders that we have, but sometimes you only have to blame the Nigerians themselves because if people see the truth sometimes and some of them still refuse to accept the truth and continue to dance to this all this primordial sentiment. This is why Nigeria is not moving forward. But the way things are going, I think some Nigerians are beginning to shake themselves off those shackles that are holding Nigerians down. I think we're beginning to shake ourselves off it, and hopefully the result this year will be good. Now, I wanted to comment on when they plan some of their people, just like Leftist was saying, that young man who was trying to ask the PeterObi question, I'm sure it's an APC man. There was no confidence. He knew what he was doing because he was obviously maybe I don't know him, but possibly he was paid to go and do that. You could see there was no confidence. He didn't know. He just wanted to achieve maybe what he's been paid for to go and do. Ask a question that he thinks that is going to embarrass PO. But the funny thing about it is that you people stand up and ask PO questions, but your own principal, nobody can ask them questions. You hide them. People answer for him. When he came there, people were answering the questions for him. Couldn't answer any question by himself. Even his health status, somebody has to answer for him. So there's no need to compare this thing. The long and short of it is that there's not a lot to say. We just continue to work and everybody continue to do your part as we head towards the election. But one thing for sure is that we know that our principal is the most competent. He's the one that should be the president of Nigeria. If Nigerians really want a change, if Nigerians really want the country to move forward, there's only one person that can do it. All the rest, they have too many baggages, too many things to answer for. So I'll stop here for now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Source of God. That was a very brief one. Well, I think we'll be rounding up now because you're
Yes.
still going to come out.
Yeah, we are coming back again in the next hour. I think we should, if everybody have contributed,
Yes.
let's just round up right now so that we can have the opportunity to come back. Please endeavor to join us by 8 p.m. Nigerian time, which is going to be 7 p.m. in the UK time. We are here to reanalyze the progress, the sources of our efforts, our principle. We are going to be here again. Please endeavor 8 p.m. Nigeria time, 7 p.m. UK time. I appreciate every one of you today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless every one of you. May God bless PeterObi. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now God bless you now. Our people, join us by 8 p.m. Nigerian time, 7 p.m. In UK time, right? Yes, I'm right. So, and let's talk about all this again. God bless you all. Bye for now.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. Go to biza. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. I go show you love. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. Forgive me, show me love, oh, I go show you love, eh. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me, show me love, oh, I go show you love, oh. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan. They do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Oh, tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí o, ẹ fẹ́ jókù. Alákọ̀bí Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí. Alákọ̀bí Sábà Mẹ́la. Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti kíníṣí. Délé mo ló ń fọlú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o.